Test? Okay. I gotta... OBS wasn't clicking my mic. That's what was going on. Sorry about that. Do I need to restart? Not OBS, Stream Deck. Jesus. Words. Kitty must be playing first. Yeah, sorry about that. Like I said, it has been a weird day for me, so I am so sorry. Still, am I still muted? Oh, I was about to say, I was like, wait, I see the volume bars going up and down. I was about to say. Okay, can we all hear me? Can you hear me? Can we be friends? Yes, okay. What the heck is going on with shite? Testing. Yay! Okay, I fixed it. I don't know. Computer was being weird. Go figure. Alright, well, now that that's fixed. Alright, well. Great way to start the stream. Now with a crazy bluebird. Alright, let me catch up with chat real quick. Now that I got all the technical issues out of the way. Buck and Boone, I saw you guys. Bjorn, Alwyn, hello. Nunu, hello. And Cyan and Lucha, how are you guys? Arrow, hello. Ah, what a day. Anywho, how are we all? How are you? Hopefully you guys have had a less stressful day than me. Making sure everything's good. Alright, cool. Looks good here. Farmed a part of the day for a crystal for your relic, Bjorn. Got 3. Nice. Nice. I don't know how hard it is to farm the crystal relics or whatnot, but congrats. Trying to stay cool in this 89 degrees outside. Yeah, 89 sucks. Well, granted, Boone, I don't remember. Do you guys get a lot of humidity, or is it pretty, like, dry-ish where you are, or? Wolf, hello. How are you? Because I'm in Colorado, so we don't get very much humidity. So 89, I mean, 89, don't get me wrong, is warm. But most of the time, we can at least escape the heat if we go into shade. So at least we can avoid, you know, a lot of heat. Bjorn had 90 with 60% humidity. Ugh. Gross. Granted, I don't even know what my humidity is here right now, but yeah. South, New Jersey. Yep, that would explain it. That would absolutely explain it. Yeah. Let's see, have I been to Jersey? I think I've been to Jersey once. I was a kid. Like, I was really, really little, so I don't really remember much. At least not of Jersey, but I do remember going to New York when I was a kid in winter. Thinking that, hey, We're visiting my grandfather's beach house. Yay, the beach. Yay, I want to go swimming. My mom grew up in New York. She knows how cold that water is, i.e. it is frigid. But I was very insistent, and she said, well, if you don't want to listen to me, by all means, go right ahead. Yeah, it was cold. Not remembering anything from New Jersey that tracks. I mean, I was also a kid, so I don't remember how old I was, but I was pretty young. Oh, I need to open the list of quests, because I don't even have a list of quests open. Yeah, my brain is just all mush. I'm hoping this stream, like, I at least want to kind of maybe try and start 6.1. But for the most part, given the roller coaster that was my endwalking last stream, I am very, very happy and content to try and take this one a little more chill for today at least. So I don't know how many quests there are, but I'll be happy to get through 3 to 5. I'll be happy. Check on your Ohio. Gotcha. We're not okay. You're in Ohio, Alwyn? How is it bad? It's either constant rain or it's suddenly almost 90 out. Hey, that's kind of, I mean, it's not that bad in Colorado in regards to rain to suddenly 90. But imagine that going from like cold and snowing one day to like literally within a few hours. All right, well, now that we're gonna go ahead and get you out of the 30s and let's jump you right into the 70s. Because everyone likes to get sick. It can be like the time in between spring and summer is kind of wonky sometimes in Colorado. Sometimes it's a smooth transition. Other times it's like literally cold one day, hot the next, rainy the next, cold and rainy the next, hot the next. It's a nightmare. No chill, full intensity. Delve into myth. I don't even know what quest this is. Obviously it's an older one. 81. I don't even know what quest that is. Delve into myth. Let me look that up. Delve. You knew exactly what I wanted. Oh, this is Eureka. Eureka Orthos. Okay. Wow. Interesting. So which one is like the Eureka I'm told I should be doing? Like there's a Eureka that I started the quest for in Yerbanya, and then now there's this one. I'm very confused. No, we never got an actual spring here, just suffering. Yeah, Florida's like that in regards to winters. You get like maybe, well, now that global warming and like climate change and everything is happening, probably not as much, but my memory of a lot of winters in Florida was like a week and a half of like frigid cold with humidity, and it sucked. Hammer, hello, how are you? How's it going? What were you getting up to? Welcome in, readers. Welcome in.
We're resting, right?
We're just right now just kind of chilling. Just kind of started catching up with people, seeing how everyone's day was, because mine was stressful as hell. How are you, Hammer? How are you? In my honest opinion, if you're trying to figure out what to unlock and do today, you should do the Alliance... Oh, right! Raids! Alliance raids. That is a good point. Because the Endwalker Alliance raids were fantastic. I definitely plan to do the raids, for sure. I was initially thinking I was going to do all the patch, like, Post-Endwalker, MSQ. And then after I did that, do the Alliance raids and, like, optional trials and whatnot. But if I should do them before, that's fine too. What is that car? What is that? Hey, you! Hey! That was a cool car. I want that car. Doing well. Closing in on the end of Dawn Trail patch content. Nice! We just finished. I did my end walking yesterday. So that, yeah. That was a lot longer than I expected, not gonna lie. Not complaining about it. Just, I half expected after all the cutscenes and everything, it'd be like, you turn in the quest and then boom, done, but that was not the case. Endwalker Alliance raids are lore heavy. Okay. Really no wrong way to do it. Okay, so I know during Shadowbringers, it was recommended that I do, I think we did like one post-Shadowbringers MSQ patch content, and then I think an Eden raid, or two maybe, and then did the next one so that I could do the last set of Eden raids, I think. I don't know if that's like something for Endwalker 2 or not, but... Daffy, hello, welcome. How are you? Pixel was also dashing the hopes and dreams of a lizard boy? Don't dash the hopes and dreams. I literally just finished going through an MSQ that was all about hopes and dreams and the importance of them. They are very, very, very important. Skip the Endwalker raids to try to get through to Dawn Trail, but I need to go back and finish them once I'm caught up on MSQ. Ah, okay. See, I'm trying not to rush it. I'm really trying not to rush it. I'm trying to kind of just enjoy MSQ and raids and everything as much during the current expansion I'm in as I can. I do need to go back, however, to do the extreme trials for Stormblood and Shadowbringers, actually. Oh, and I see you. Hello. I gotta get my emotes. Hello. I love how gold your outfit is. Yeah, looking at you as a Makote kind of makes me nostalgic of me being a Makote. That's from Dawn Trail Savage Raid content. Oh hell yeah! See, I love mounts. I definitely am. I would consider myself a mount collector for sure. So more mounts, please. Plus, I am loving tanking. I cannot wait to get into Savages and tank. It has been such a long time since I've actually done like real hardcore, not hardcore, but like real raid tanking. Like I did way back in the day in WoW. Oh yeah, end of Endwalker is intense. Yeah. It is definitely not a sprint, for sure. It is a marathon. Story made me dash the hopes and dreams, had no choice in the matter. I mean, if you had no choice, I don't know. I was always raised to believe there's always a choice. You always have a choice. Davy, yes, the car. I want that car. I got a motorcycle. Where's my mount thingies? So hubby had gotten me this off the market board for my birthday a few months back. But this is the closest thing I have to like Tron motorcycle like thing, so that car looked really cool though. Lethal, hello, how are you? How's it going? Late night lurking, hope stream's going good. Oh my gosh. Things have been good. Last week was wonky for me, just kids were sick, then I was sick, and it was just a weird week. Yesterday I finished like a very big part of Final Fantasy XIV's MS main story quests that I've been doing. I don't know if you play Final Fantasy XIV, Lethal, or if you've ever played any of the Final Fantasy games, but primarily that's what I tend to focus on, at least currently. I'm pretty sucked into 14 at the moment, but I have other games that I definitely eventually will want to get to. There's not enough time. There's never enough time to do everything that I want to do. 24 hours in a day is definitely not enough. How is everything going with you? How are your streams going, Lethal? How's it going? Here, let me give you a shout out actually. Guys, Lethal, he's super cool dude. A lot of what he tends to play isn't always my genre that I prefer to play. Some of the things I have watched you play, Lethal, though, and it's very enjoyable for me to kind of watch.
Facts, Coco. Coco, what's your schedule? Coco, tell me your schedule right now. Tell me every single hour, every day for the next 2 weeks.
Games, so,
now.
If you're into sports games, by all means, Lethal, I can vouch that Lethal does play those, but he fairly recently, if I remember correctly, you fairly recently made partner, too. So, again, congrats on that. I know you worked hard to get that, so. 7 million Gil motorcycle. Yeah, I didn't ask how much he paid for it, but he hardly has time to even get on 14 anymore as of lately, so he was basically just like, well, I don't know what else I'm gonna spend this on, so I was like, well, all I really would like are mounts. And he's like, in the game? I was like, yeah. He's like, okay, I don't have to spend real money? I was like, nope. He's like, okay. So he was pretty happy about that. Win-win all around. Have I seen the collector's website? I have. I don't remember who shared it with me. Maybe it was Lucha. I can't remember. One of you guys shared it with me. And I actually have it bookmarked. But I haven't really spent too much time on the site recently, just because most of the time when I'm going through MSQ, I'm not too worried about trying to pick up collecting, mounts or whatever. So mount collecting or glamour collecting or minion collecting, all that kind of, any collections is more going to be a end game, like I'm up to date and current end game, like side stuff, side quest stuff. Words are hard. I just realized I still need to unlock my ether currents in Ultimate Duel, so I'm gonna go do that while we shoot the hay, as they say. I gotta make that bigger. Ultimate Duel. Others. We will start right at the beginning, just in case. Thank you. Of course, Lethal, of course. I know you were working really hard for that too, so I am very proud of you. Congratulations again. Don't forget, you can go to the moon now since you have finished Endwalker. Wait, I couldn't go to the moon before? Mari Lementorum? I couldn't go. I'm confused. What? Okay, I didn't know that. Alright, so. Alright, I need I wanted to get the, this music. Go to Charlene, there's a quest there for cosmic exploration. Okay. What is, without like giving it away and in its entirety, what is essentially the cosmic exploration? It's Crafter Gatherer content? Okay. How are you, Morph, by the way? Hello. Hope you had a wonderful day. Welcome in. If it's Crafter Gatherer, I don't really have. I have a level 42 goldsmith and a 19 miner, so my crafting and gathering is practically non-existent. You can use it to level. Okay. I might do that later. I'll make a little notation of that, so when I have a downtime to level my crafters and gatherers, I can do that. Cosmic exploration level DOL/DOH. Okay. I can't spell. There we go. The Zeri music always hits the feels. Yes. Oh my god. Speaking of this music, and the fact that I have finally finished base MSQ for Endwalker, I was just on YouTube while I was... Naka, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much, welcome in. How are you? Welcome in, raiders. What was I saying? Oh, right, YouTube. Yeah, as I was getting ready and I was browsing through YouTube, I follow NBD20, a streamer also here on Twitch.
We are gonna be
and for whatever reason, one of his videos popped up on my feed, or for like recommended, and it was his Endwalking journey. And holy crap, I was like, this is so raw for me. Like, I was like tearing up alongside him. I think he did it like 2 years ago, I think, but the video was more recent. But oh my god, it's like YouTube, your algorithm, it is too good. How did you know? The raid teaser after the credits starts in Old Charlean as well. Raid teaser after the credits. Oh right, okay. Oh, that's the is it Pandemonium? I know it have the weird letter A and E next to each other. Is it Pandemonium? I was hardcore making sure I was not raiding at a pivotal moment again. You're totally fine, Naga. I haven't even started anything. I was actually gonna go around and try and finish getting my aether currents before doing anything else getting my aether currents in Ultimate Duel before doing anything else, because otherwise I will completely forget and wonder why I can't fly when I come back here at some point. Facebook shares what it hears to YouTube. What it hears. What do you mean what it hears? And honestly, like, I'm hardly ever, like, lately I've been really bad about updating my personal Facebook, which is mostly, like, updating friends and family, like, hey, my kid graduated kindergarten, or whatever, but it's like, once you have kids and you actually have to be an adult, it's like, you have less and less time to do just random crap. Alright, so let me see this one. Open. Here we go. Need to make this bigger. Okay. Also, by watching MDD20's video that I kind of heard, the very first quest he did unlocked the lyrics to the music. And he just sat there for a minute and started listening to the lyrics, which then got me to sit there and listen to the lyrics, and I was just like, holy crap. Now I see what people were saying when I was going through all that. Like, it's so appropriate. Pandemonium's the 8-man? Okay. There's a different raid that is 24-man. Okay. So the 8-man is the normal raid, the 24-man is the Alliance raid, correct? I think I'm starting to understand the raid setup party sizes in 14. Correct? Okay. Yay! I'm starting to understand. My WoW brain is starting to loosen its grip. Does Endwalker have the other, as in Facebook, as it, if you have it installed or something on your phone, here's you talking for ads? That's kind of scary, to be honest. I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, I need to go... Did I go to the wrong one? I need to go here. That's where I need to go. Base Omicron. We'll go there first. If I have to come back over here. I thought... For some reason I thought I had to come over here. I don't know. The Alliance raid for Endwalker is pretty awesome. So far, I've loved all the raids that we've done. Let me look at the raids real quick that I've done so far. I still want to go back eventually at some point and do coils, mine. I think that'd be kind of interesting to do. I at least would like to try and experience it. I've heard mixed reviews from some of you in chat, so Alexander was awesome. It was unique for sure. Ravenaster, yes. The only one I didn't like was the math boss. That was the only one I did not like. But the fact that it is in a reference to, you know, Ravenaster, Final Fantasy XII, I was like, it's a, I'll give it an A- in my book. Only because it is a reference to 12, which I personally enjoyed. The Nier raids were pretty cool too. Alright, I gotta do this one for the quest. Coils is tough, that's what I've heard. Mechanics are unforgiving. And I'm okay with that, Daffy, to be honest. Like, when I used to tank back in WoW, we'll just say over 10 years ago, way over 10 years ago, during the first 2 expansions, Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, I was a prop highly tank. Most of it was before, like, Icy Veins existed. I mean, Wowhead was, I think, maybe by Wrath of the Lich King, I think, coming into becoming a thing, I think. But, like, early on, I enjoyed that, you know, you work your ass off, it's a hard fight, the progression of it. I've missed that. And so, like, getting to do all of these trials that we've done so far as mine has been so much fun. Nerve-wracking sometimes, but fun, for sure. FF Tactics. Again, I have not played Tactics. I literally have a list of games that I'm like, okay, I need to play this, I need to play this. Tactics is on that list. Again, time. Griever, how are you? How's it going? Also, 24 man raids in Endwalker. Unlocking it requires doing a chunk of 6.1 MSQ. Okay. No more raids you can unlock whenever you want. Oh, okay. Well, I was planning on starting 6.1 tonight. I don't necessarily feel like a sense of urgency to want to necessarily try and push through, you know, for sure I want to do 5 quests. If we make it 5 quests through 6.1, that'd be great. But I do kind of want to take this a little slower, maybe just kind of enjoy it while I can. Maybe I might regret those words when I start 6.1, but we'll see. Also, I feel like some jobs just feel bad synced at 50. I think someone else had said that too. I don't remember who, but I feel like somebody else had said that too. Entire raid series for Stormblood was based on FF Tactics. Oh, okay. Sent the Spotify link of that song in Discord, Boone. Let me read through this real quick. Sorry, guys. Activating introduction. This unit presents the aforementioned consort. At present, its capabilities are comparable to subordinate patrol units. How should we proceed? You could give it a pet name. You need to grow closer. I mean, you don't just give a pet name for the sake of a pet name. Like, yeah, you need to grow closer for sure. It's getting Pixel and bomb through coils. We beat most of them up to second coil turn 9. Nice. Were you just doing it normal, I assume? Or mine? Or... I'm alright. Probably feel like I need another coffee soon, though. Hey, Griever. You drink coffee, I drink... This is my coffee. This is my energy... Well... There we go. Ghost. I can't... There we go. Right now, that's what I got, so... I'm not a huge coffee drinker, but I also mainly just don't want to spend $10 for a cup of coffee, because the only coffee I actually do like is a white chocolate mocha from Starbucks. I literally have tried other coffees. No thank you. Yes? Okay, let me open Discord. There it is. And where did you link it? By the way, in media? Is it in media? Every time I hear this, like, this chime kind of sound, I feel like I'm waiting for, like, Tinkerbell to kind of, like, pop out of nowhere. Oh, you DM'd me. Ah, yep, I see it. Oh, yes. Now you can cry your eyes out off stream. Oh, yes. Now I know the exact name of the song, too, so I can make sure I search for the name of the song if I want to while I am driving. Thank you, Boone. I appreciate it. Synonyms detected. Initiating semantic review. Were closer. 1. Suggests obtaining a nearer physical proximity to the target than at present. Well, that's the literal definition, yes. This unit will move toward the consort in an attempt to develop the desired intra-specific bond. This is so awkward. It's like, oh, okay, I need to get closer, okay. I like your metal chest. It's nice. It's like, thank you. It's the weirdest, like... It's so weird. Visual analysis at this range reveals a dent in the target's frame. Oh, that's what he wanted. I... See what happens when I pick up the Aether Current quest and then don't do it right away? I completely forgot what the point of the Aether Current quest was. Okay. The point isn't closeness. The point is apparently a physical inspection, I guess. Get closer. Oh god. Wait, I just realized something. I don't know why this just dawned on me. When I defeated Xenos, did I just leave him there in, like, what would that be? Like, purgatory or, like, limbo or wherever that was? Did I just, like, leave him there? I wonder how robot dirty talk would work. Oh, yes, 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 baby, yes. Oh, yes, right there, baby, yes. Like that, Alwyn. Did that sound pretty good? Oh, God. Yay! Silliness! Me Mega Joys become Allied Society group for gathering. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, interesting. You didn't exactly have much of a choice. I guess. I don't know. For all I know, he's not even actually gone. Like, he is one of those, like, undying breeds that just won't go away. This unit requests confirmation that such discoveries will result in improved performance. Please plug your joystick into my port. Oh my god. I don't know why, Daffy. That reminded me of... hubby and I were playing this game called Heads Up. It's a mobile game. You can play it. You can download it. I think that's for... It might be for... I know it's for sure for iOS. I think they have it for Android too, but they have different, like, packs that you can choose. And we, for whatever reason, ended up picking one that just had, like, basically fruits and vegetables as the cover. It didn't say what the pack was called. And I don't know why, but it was basically every term that you could think of under the sun for the nether regions on a person of male physical form. Yeah. And after a while, I was just like, something you call, something you call, I was like, what word other than this word? You can also call it a package. This also can be referred to as a sausage. It was just like one after another. Oh my god. It was so ridiculous. I will never forget that. I wish I could have recorded us doing that because it would have been hilarious. And he's saying final use of Dynamis was bringing you the teleportal. I think it just said teleportal. Teleporter. Eternal, hello, how are you? We see the Cote noises. Right, I need to get through this. Okay, let me at least read through this and then I will follow up. Cross-referencing gesture database were implication identified as doubtful. Issuing new proposal to refer to the Omicron as my beloved. Simulating the way in which a member of an enemy faction referred to its bond mate. Oh man, you Omicrons, you really know how to say the right words to turn me on. Ooh. I'm gonna tell my hubby to, hey, I want you to start calling me your bondmate. Yeah. Appellation change confirmed. New designation, my beloved. Reconfiguring emotional status to grateful. Or, this unit appreciates your assistance in facilitating the creation of a special bond with my beloved, initiating phase 2 of experiment. Okay. I don't see anything but like a claw machine with their hands. That's all I see. This unit will evaluate whether the destruction of my beloved bears a positive impact on this unit's combat capabilities. Okay. Transmitting self-destruct command to my beloved. Well, honey, I love you. Now die. Yay! It's okay, well. Well, that happened. Analyzing unit status were no changes in functionality detected. How are there no changes in functionality detected? Unless it's analyzing its own unit status. Possibility of transmission failure estimated at 78%. This unit asks that you confirm that my beloved has successfully executed the self-destruct command. Retrieval of remains also requested. Okay. Yay, we got through it. Yes, Turtle, you missed the discussion on our robot dirty talk. It was, enlightening. Ooh, no, I don't want, no. Okay, I forgot, I have a new mount. Yay! I probably have a new title too, don't I? I just realized. Endwalker, oh. God. If that's not an epic title, I don't know what is. I love this. This is probably my favorite mount so far. Argos is the best. So pretty. I would not want to have the, what do they call it? Is it the... I don't remember what the name of the breed is, but there is a breed that looks very similar to this, and long and lanky and has super long hair like that, and I believe it's actually referred to as hair, not fur. I would not want to have to brush that all the time. Okay, where the heck am I going? It sure was quick. Need I say more robot talk? True. Oh no, this song. Yeah, I got to actually take some time out to start listening to the lyrics intently earlier when I was starting to get ready for stream. Thanks to YouTube's recommendation of NDD20's Endwalking journey that he had done a while back. He literally started at the point here. Literally started here with Graha. And I was just like, oh my god. Of all the scenes for YouTube to recommend to me, of all of them, it just so happens is like, no, we know for sure you want to watch this one. It's like, what? I swear, I think Square Enix is like, hey, we need to twist that knife just a little bit more. Make sure, YouTube, that you recommend it to anyone that you think has completed it recently. Argos is forever my #1 favorite. Oh, it's so pretty. So pretty. Argos, I would say, is probably currently my #1. For sure. Mount-wise. Do that. And then that one. Yeah. Okay, that was... Oh, it was just in 2 pieces? Okay, good. Okay, so it's not down here. Afghan Hound, yes, Alwyn, thank you. Afghan Hound, that's it. It hit harder when I lost my brother during that expansion. Oh my god. Eternal, I'm so sorry. I personally, I've lost 2 brothers, so I know that pain very vividly. I lost a younger brother and an older brother, so within 2 years of each other. So I definitely know that pain for sure. If that had happened while I was playing this game, nope. I probably would have been like, I need to take an extended break. So I feel you, Eternal. I'm so sorry for your loss. They knew what they were doing. I mean, it is, I guess it's very indicative of how good storytellers they are, right? For better or for worse, I guess. My condolences. Thank you. I appreciate that, Eternal. I mean, it has been decades since I lost them, so, I mean, I have dealt with it. I will never not miss my brothers, but, you know, it definitely, there are those days where you kind of wish that it's like, hey, I would love to be able to share with, you know, my sibling. Oh, right. I think that was probably one of the reasons why I was very adamant when hubby and I, you know, got engaged. I was like, we need to talk about kids. What do you want? What do I want? Are we on the same page? I was like, I know for a fact I want 2. I don't just want 1. I want my child to have a sibling. And I feel like maybe that's maybe a contributor if I analyze it, but sad part it did for me, which made me sad when I heard it from that point on. Yeah. Oh, if listening to the lyrics though, like listening to them, if I remember correctly, there were a couple of lyrics where it's like, basically, it's sad, but at the same time, it's also trying to be uplifting and basically essentially telling you, don't let it get you down. You know, they're not gone. They're always with you. And I feel like that in and of itself is it's a great message, I think. Imagine getting the news while this was playing. Nope. That, yeah. Wow. I can't talk. Requesting retrieval of my beloved. Potential for reconstruction and further experimentation remains high. Oh, okay, cool. We can rebuild it. Self-destruct confirmed successful. Were, sadly, experiment confirmed unsuccessful. Analysis of this unit's parameters shows no change in functionality. I'm pretty sure it is non-functional at this point. Previously, it seemed like it was at least maybe semi-functional. It is not functional at all at this point. Given that it is in at least 2 pieces here. Basically saying it's not truly over. Yeah. Definitely took a long break. I don't blame you, Eternal. I mean, mental health, especially with loss, is so important. And I feel like today it's definitely more accepted and understood in its importance than it was, you know, in the early 2000s and late 90s when I experienced loss. But then it was kind of just like, you were kind of almost subtly expected to just be okay after like a couple weeks. Doggo, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Hi, you just made me cry with a TikTok you posted. Oh my gosh. I'm going to take a shot in the dark, Dogo, and make the assumption that you watched the one with Matsuya carrying the baby that was crying. Yeah, that scene. Holy crap. That was quite a while ago. I'm a little backlogged when it comes to like my shorts, but yeah. That one had me an absolute mess when I played through. I mean, you saw the TikTok. I was an absolute mess. I literally was a complete and utter wreck. As a mom, I have 6 years old now, but I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. It wasn't that long ago that my own kids were babies. And it's like, oh my god, just thinking back on it, oh my god. That scene was just, oh. And then when the Dynamis shadowy stuff was starting to come over the baby, I was like, no. I can kind of laugh at it now a little, but I had to, when I was editing the clip, the short, I actually had to mute the audio. I could not do it again, because otherwise I would have started bawling my eyes out again. How are you, Togo? So I'm assuming you've already gone through that part. Are you current? Are you in Dawn Trail? Are you post Dawn Trail? This unit will consider executing. Oh, not executing. Okay, never mind. He was talking about self-destruction. I assumed he meant the word executing as in, you know, doing away with. Whoops. This unit will consider executing a family simulation. Gotta finish reading sentences. Helps. A family simulation after reconsulting enemy faction data. But based on the results of the consort simulation, termination of research may be advisable. Reconfiguring emotional state from disappointed to grateful. Where this unit thanks you once more for your cooperation. Your proposed methodology may be implemented in future experiments. Oh yay, thank you. Current on the new field operation and savage rating. Oh, nice! But reliving MSQ with new Sprout friends is always a joy. So I hear. I literally just finished base Endwalker last night. I had my Endwalking experience last night, and it was it was highs and lows and highs and lows and yeah, till the very end. Dalek voice exterminate. Yeah. God, freaking Daleks. Alright, where am I going? I'm opening my map. That is what I'm doing. Yeah, so right now, I'm kind of just going back, trying to pick up my ether currents that I decided to just hold off on bothering searching out during MSQ because I was just so invested. I was like, nope, I need to worry about this. Alright, so let me any this way. A Whovian to boot. I found my people. I have to set aside time to catch up on Doctor Who. Like, I got about, I think, roughly halfway through, what was her name? I don't remember the actress's name. Right before the David Tennant Doctor Who special, which I that's why I'm like I want to force myself to get through her Doctor Who episodes just because I want to see. I'm a David Tennant Doctor fan for sure. David Tennant is, to me, is and always will be the Doctor, like #1. Jodie, that's it. Yes, thank you. I thought it was a J, but I didn't want to like just say a random name. She's a lovely Doctor. I don't care what anyone says. I mean, it was okay. Like her as the Doctor, it was, and for me to a certain extent, still is a bit of an adjustment. Not to do with anything of her gender, not at all. In fact, I was super excited that there was going to be a female Doctor. I was like, what? The first few episodes were just kind of weird in that she didn't have her sonic screwdriver, and then she did, but I was like, that didn't look like the sonic screwdriver. And then there were a bunch of episodes that seemed way too unnecessarily political, in my opinion. And so I was like, eh. Also, I wasn't as big of a fan of her companions. I can't remember what the girl's name was. The girl was okay, and I think there was a father, am I right? It's been a while, but I love Rose. Rose is, and Bad Wolf is just, that storyline, mwah, love it. Jodie Whittaker, yes, thank you. Thank you, Boone. Phone booth reminds me of Bill and Ted's. It kind of does, actually, yeah. Alright, where do I need to go? That's the big question. Do I need to go down? Alright, let's take the passage. Why the heck not? The previous Doctor had sonic sunglasses. So before Jodie, wasn't it, what's his name? Again, actor names escape me. He was an older version of the Doctor. Not as old as like the 1960s or whatever versions, but like, and I know someone's going to say it, and yep, Capaldi, that's it, Peter Capaldi. I don't remember him having sonic sunglasses. I really don't remember that. Peter Capaldi was also one of the Doctors I felt I took some adjusting, but he kind of grew on me. Definitely not in my top 3 by any means. I mean, Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant, and Matt Smith. Not in that order. For me, it would be David Tennant #1, and then Matt Smith and Christopher Eccleston to me were kind of tied. I can't decide which one was better than the other for me. Personally, you all might disagree. I was a little disappointed that Christopher Eccleston left after only a season. 450 to the northwest. Okay. It's about how I feel. Can't go that way? God. They seriously make me take like the long way around. That's so annoying. It's about how I feel. She, as the doctor, felt wonderful. The writing wasn't my cup of tea. Okay. Yeah, that was, I think, why her season has been kind of a struggle for me to push myself to finish, unfortunately. But after watching for 15 years, I kept watching. Yeah. I was trying. My hubby was the same way. We both kind of felt the same. But when we both heard that David Tennant was reprising his role for a special, we were like, okay, we gotta figure out how we're gonna push ourselves to get through this. 227 to the north, okay. Rab, hello, how are you? How's it going? Seems to be all the hoopla going on here. We are talking about the Doctor. Oh, that's a pool of water. Whoops. Chris deserved more time. He was a fantastic doctor. Oh, 100% agree. 100%, Doggo. Personally, I could be wrong. I thought I heard that Chris left voluntarily after the first season because he didn't want to be typecasted. That's what I heard. I could be wrong, but which I was like, wait. When I heard that, I was, how are you gonna be typecasted? It's been one freaking season. Doctor Strange, no, Rav. The Doctor. Doctor Who. The Time Lord. With 2 hearts. Which is also really weird when you think about it. So I just don't think about it. Sonic Shades in Discord? Okay, have to look. I do remember the sunglasses. I don't know how the Sonic sunglasses escaped my memory, but I do vividly remember him always having sunglasses. I mean, every doctor has their trope. Matt Smith's was fezzes, because apparently fezzes were cool. Also bow ties. Bow ties were cool. And then Christopher Eccleston, fantastic. I remember seeing that episode, the very first one with Christopher Eccleston with the mannequins. For a while, I was very wary of any mannequins in stores. He needed the showrunners to not suck, to be honest. That's why he quit. What do you mean? What do you mean he needed the showrunners to not suck, Cora? Also, hi, Cora. Hello. Yeah, there were some unpleasant things on set as well to do with Captain Jack. Oh, okay, Jack. Yes. I vaguely remember something. I vaguely remember hearing about like disagreements or something with Jack. I don't remember any specifics, but I for the most part, I liked Jack for the most part. I thought he was pretty funny. A little cocky, a little vain. But it worked for him somehow. It's the living plastic. Oh yes, and arm pops out and Rose's boyfriend became a living plastic. That was a creepy one. Had his own TV program called Torchwood. Yes, I never got to see Torchwood. I never got to see that. I think hubby watched at least maybe a few episodes, if not the whole series. But also a show on my list of an ever-growing list of shows that I still need to watch. You must be that traverser from beyond who has been causing quite the stir around our abode. What a stroke of luck. In fact, I had been hoping I might have the opportunity to exchange thoughts with you and your companions. Yeah, they're out exploring. Just me. For you see, I have for too long whiled away my days in listless banality. That's a word I've never heard before. Drifting waywardly as my mental faculties dulled and slowed. I so longed to strike up a stimulating conversation with a traveler, yet for so long none would pay me visit. That said, I never imagined you would have such a strange physical form. No? Pray tell, how do you keep your balance? What keeps your innards from spilling out through one of the multiple orifices in your body? Magic. Oh, but pardon me. Van, hello. Oh boy, Torchwood was a wild ride. I was far too young to watch it when it aired. I don't remember when it first came out, but I haven't heard anything necessarily bad about Torchwood. I'll say that much. I haven't heard any real specifics about Torchwood, but I haven't really heard anything bad, which I take as a good thing. Big breakdown of the relationship with Davies, and he didn't like how much Davies' politics were being filtered into scripts. That makes sense, actually. And I can definitely agree to that, especially with Jodie Whittaker's. The ones that I've seen so far, definitely had that less. It still had that adventure, but it seemed more serious nature, instead of like more fun and like on edge of your seats. And it seemed to have this political undertone as well, which I wasn't very fond of. But yeah, which was disappointing. I'm a department store mannequin. Aw, I'm sorry, Rob. I'm sorry. Stay away from heat. How are you, Van? Welcome. How's it going? Torchwood is interesting, but it's quite adult, same way the Sarah Jane Adventures was a spinoff for kids. Never saw those either. Yep. Oh, but pardon me. Truly, I meant no offense. Clearly, life in your world found this shape to be suitable, perhaps even necessary. Okay. Perhaps even necessary for your survival. Perhaps our own original form was equally horrifying. I need to look up something real quick. There's one. That's it. Doing good. I'm happy today is payday. Payday! Just got paid. Friday night. Feeling sexy. Don't ask me how that song came into my head. And if you know that song, then yes, join me in the pain. Is it just me or Discord getting worse and worse at loading and updating? For what, is there a certain channel that you're referring to, Scion? Is it something like in particular? Yes, happy payday, Van. Wonder if you did the thing yet? What thing, Rav. I'm doing, or trying to get ether currents, I hope. How did that song pop into my head? Hi, Volve. Van said that, he said it's payday for him, and when I heard payday, it's like, you know, just get paid. Yeah. I will leave it at that. Oh, one last thing that just came to my head when we were talking about Doctor Who. Hubby always has his AirPods in, and I have the AirPods, the Pros, so it has the shorter stems, but he likes the regular ones, I don't know what they're called, but the standard AirPods, I guess, which have the longer stems, and he constantly has them in his ears. Like, literally, I don't think I usually see him without them in his ears, and one thing it just always reminds me of is like, okay, it's just, this is, right here, it's proof. It's a matter of time, and that time is fast approaching, that many of us are just gonna become Cybermen. It has begun, so my fellow Whovians, forewarning, it has slowly begun. Biomic Discord servers were with, I'd have to start counting threes, that, yeah, but only like one of them gets used, if ever. That is so true, Rav. That was why when the channels that I've made in the server, I tried to make channels initially that would be at least appropriate for the general community that I am kind of like, I guess, more in line towards, whatever. So like Final Fantasy channels and World of Warcraft, for example. And when, I think it was Lucha, maybe? I can't remember, or maybe Gremlin. Gremlin, actually, I think, asked one time if we could add a selfie one. So I was like, okay. So I would rather add on channels when people are like, hey, you know, I would really love to be able to have a channel for such and such. And then add it on, because yeah, when you have so many channels, it's having ADHD. I'm like, I don't want to see all of them. My brain doesn't want to interpret this. The evasion of the Cybermen. Dutcher is one of those that I've been hearing the hype about, but it never really caught my interest. Really, Scion? Really? I can't speak for Doctor Who from like the 1960s, like early Doctor Who, since I've never really been into the older type shows. I Love Lucy is very much an exception, that and Bewitched, but I personally really enjoyed Doctor Who when Christopher Eccleston reprised the role. I don't even remember when that was. I think it was sometime in the 2000s, maybe early 2000s, or I might be way off, but it was really fun. There are some episodes, as in all shows, I feel like, that are kind of like, eh. Some episodes are really bad, but like there's some like funny little, I would refer to them as like a meme if you're a Whovian. It's like, you know, I need to give a gift. I give you air from my lungs. And other Whovians will understand that reference. or moisturize me. There are little things like that that are really funny. And also at the same time, absolutely ridiculous. But then there's also the scary ones. Like, there are, like, you can't look at, no, not look, which is it? I'm trying to think what, it's basically like the whole, like, look, if you don't see them, you can be, don't blink, that's it, don't blink. Because, the, scary statues might grab ya. Don't blink, weeping angels, angels take Manhattan, which was, yeah. There's timey, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey stuff, and it's just, it is a fun show. If ever you are looking for a show out of boredom and you don't really have a specific genre you want to watch, I highly recommend maybe giving at least one episode a shot. But I'm a little bit biased, so. I see you made quick work of the amalgam. Of course, it is well within each Aya's rights to choose when they wish to end their own existence. But to force others to join them, however accidentally, is another matter. This whole ordeal has led me to contemplate how I should meet my own demise. Ah, but forgive me. I forgot such matters are not left to choice for your kind. Truthfully, I envy you. To go forth each day full of vigor, not knowing when your lives will be unexpectedly snuffed out. It must feel incredible. Unless you start dwelling on it, and then we would refer to that as a possibly petrifying anxiety. And what's that phobia where you don't ever want to leave the house out of fear? Yeah. My apologies if I have made you uncomfortable. I am unused to speaking with mortals. Be assured that I appreciate your help, and you have given me much to think about regarding death. Or, perhaps, life. Ah. Deepwood Celeste Green, that sounds interesting. Yay! Alright, so how many more do I have? One more quest! One more quest! And then I can fly! I'm old. My doctor was the 4th Doctor, Tom Baker. I haven't seen any of the older Doctor Who's. I have not. I can appreciate them for what they allowed to, you know, obviously be reimagined to, you know, more modern day. But like many of the like older shows, even older movies, I have a hard time getting into most of the time the acting and yeah. However, I do know the lore behind it. I have watched summaries, condensed versions of like the Doctor's background of how he what's the word I wanna eloped with the TARDIS, shall we say. Morning, Ignis. Hello, how are you? How's it going? I only have surface knowledge of Doctor Who. The biggest continuous scene I've seen is the Matt Smith's Doctor monologue to the big flaming sentient planet. Oh, just wait for fish fingers. Fish fingers are a very big thing. Fish fingers and custard, if I remember correctly. And also, to anyone in, like, any Brits, if there are any Brits in chat, or to fellow Whovians, if you are not aware, there is a Doctor Who store. Like, anything and everything Doctor Who in the UK, in London. I don't remember exactly where in London. I'd probably have to go through my photos, but when hubby and I were visiting London, we just so happened to come across a Doctor Who store, and it was epic. I got a Doctor Who wallet that basically looks like the TARDIS, and we got a TARDIS cookie jar that we have to replace the batteries in it, but when you open the lid, it goes roo, roo, roo. The TARDIS sound. So, what's hello? How are you? No tears in this zone. We are having a fun conversation about Doctor Who, and I am picking up my ether currents that I left behind while endwalking. By the way, did people tell you the side fact about the song yet? I think so. I think they did. I think they were mentioning it last night, but there was so much going on last night. Like, I could not remember specifics. Dogo, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you. You have joined our cult. Yes, the community had agreed and voted on the Discord community name of Carbuncle Cult, so y'all are my little Carby cult. Post the video I told you about yesterday. Tabitha, hello, how are you? Oh, right, the video. I almost forgot about that. Did you post it in the reactions? Suggestions? Oh my god. Oh my god, I just see Medion crying. Oh, right. Did anyone post the one with the Lala fighting Xenos? There it is. Holy crap. Okay. I normally would save them for like end of stream before we like raid out or whatever, but I'm gonna try and see if I can finish through this ether current quest to like close out get all my ether currents here, and then I have to see this one with the Lalafell versus Xenos because I was pretty damn short. I just, yeah. I have to see the Lala. I have to. I gotta find my freaking screenshot from last night. Where is it? Not that. Thought I had him saving in here. I could be wrong. So I did it right next to Xenos too. No. Ah, there it is. Okay. All right, real quick. Alright, so, for those of you who are not here for my endwalking, when I got to Xenos, I am so freaking tiny. Not just in stature, but like just physically. I feel like all he has to do is just like bump into me and I'm just gonna break. He is. He's a giant. He's a freaking giant. Like, I don't think I even come up to his hip bone, which is ridiculous. Like, it's, oh my god. It is so ridiculous. Funny, but ridiculous. Why does he look like a cardboard cat? Because he's just standing there. I don't know. Blame me. I don't know how to use G-Pose good. I know how to take screenshots, that's about it. G-Pose is a whole new beast to me that how some people do the fancy things they do with G-Pose is beyond me. I'm impressed, but beyond me. Sorry, let me catch up a little bit on chat here real quick. Need to fight Chi now? 5 years awesome. Happy to be a part of the cult. I like being very chill and laid back. I feel like this is meant to be fun. We're all having fun, and that's how it should be. And I want the community, and I kind of hopefully feel like we are, all inclusive, so everyone's welcome. As I guess Oprah would say, you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. But, and for those who weren't here for stream yesterday, or at the start of stream yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to say it, so I will say it again since it is still very early on in June. For all my Pride members of the Pride community, happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. Love is love. Hydrate! Thank you. I was actually getting thirsty, Boone, so thank you. And a stretch, okay. Alrighty. I'm probably gonna pop my shoulder, I can feel it. Okay. Didn't pop, but there we go. Thank you for the wellness check. Can always count on you for that, Boone. Alright, let me finish this and then we'll watch those videos, because oh my god. 8 feet plus? I was thinking at least 8 feet. He's like Jack and the Beanstalk giant tall. Should I say what everyone's thinking? Oh, Rav, I don't know if everyone's thinking what you're thinking, Rav.
You and I will speak later.
Not all of us want to kick everyone we see in the crotch, okay? That's a you thing. I'm very much of the saying, you do you, as long as it doesn't injure or hurt anyone else around you or me, or personally injure me. All good. I can never not see Johnny Depp running around like that as a drunk pirate whenever I hear that music. Happy Male Health Awareness Month? Is it really? I didn't know that. Well, happy Male Health Awareness Month for sure. How curious. An unfamiliar corporeal life form calls out to me as I wait in vain for the inevitable coming of the end. This is indeed the chance of a lifetime, mayhap of many lifetimes. And so, I pose to you this question. Tell me, traveler, what is the true nature of life and the universe? I did not go into astrophysics. I did not become an astrophysicist, so eternal event. Oh, basically he's asking the meaning of life. Okay, never mind. 42. Well, oh, that is actually the answer. I kind of want to say it. I don't know why, but it seems very much a Doctor Who response that I should give to that as well. Like, 42. Ah, yes. Sure, we'll do it. 42. Why the heck not? Oh! Awesome. Okay, well, thank you, chat. Happy PTSD's Awareness Month. Oh, it is? Well then, yes. Definitely need to make PTSD very much aware. Not make PTSD aware. Make people aware of PTSD. Hitchhikers. That's right. God, I need to watch that movie again. Holy crap. Wow, I haven't thought of that in forever. But you have heard of me. You are the worst pirates I've ever seen. Or is it ever seen or ever laid eyes on? One of those. But you have heard of me. Why, precisely. That is the very conclusion I arrived at myself. How heartening and surprising, I dare say, to meet one as enlightened as myself. You hear that, chat? I'm enlightened. The books are better. Books usually are better than... That really usually is the case. I tend to hear that for pretty much almost any movie that is based on a book, that the book is usually better. And the reason the book is usually better, I think is twofold. A, content. You can include a whole lot more in the book and include more detailed specifics in a writing than you can when you're trying to convert it into, say, 1.5 to 2.5 hour movie. Secondly, your own personal imagination. I mean, at least to me. Meditating Aya. Okay. The books are a trilogy in 5 parts. Don't question it. Oh no, I'm definitely not questioning it. I just don't have the time to read excessively long books like that. The last time I read books that were a book, I should rephrase, a book that was more than just a book and extremely long and wordy and just, yeah. Don't ask me why I thought I wanted to read this book, but I think I was just trying to enlighten myself, or maybe just look to other people outside, like I was a smart person when I was a kid. But the book Glastonbury, it is like that thick. No joke. It was an enormous book, and I think I started reading that when I was in like 7th grade, when I was going through like my Shakespearean phase, and I was also trying to write poetry, and it was a weird phase. That is a long book, most of which I don't think I fully understood at that time. Fun fact about 42 as the answer to meaning of life is that in the ASC2 code issues, yes, I do know that. I never know how to pronounce that correctly though. 42 is the asterisk mark, which in programming is used to say whatever value you want. Interesting. Wow. The more you know. This pro gamer that beat Endwalker. Have I beaten Endwalker though, Roy? I still have Post-Endwalker, which still has Endwalker in the name, so have I beaten it? ASCII. Let me try and just merge it together. A ski. Alright. Stop. I'm not. I swear, I'm not. What a curious being you are. Have my peers discovered how to regain their corporeal forms while I remained lost in thought? No, of course not. Come to think of it, I wonder if we ever possess the peculiar form that you now do. Oh dear. I fear this always happens when I delve too deep into such ruminations. Ruminating will do that to ya. The very moment I attempt to regain clarity, it triggers this most unpleasant reaction. If my fellow Aya have not found a way for us to reacquire our corporeality, perhaps it falls to me to mediate further upon the matter. Meditate. I need to mediate the matter. Perhaps it falls to me to meditate further upon the matter. In any event, pray leave me to my cogitations. Okay, now the writers, I swear, the writers of 14 are just trying to flaunt their vocabulary. I have never felt less adept with the English language as I have when while playing this game. Like, I always thought I had a pretty expansive vocabulary. I mean, Final Fantasy XIV has proven me wrong. Yes, I have. Okay. Post-expansion MSQ is called that for a reason. Like, logically, and like the reasoning, yes, I get it, and I understand that, and I can see exactly that interpretation. But for whatever reason, I don't know if it's my ADHD brain or what, but my brain sees Post-Endwalker. Endwalker is the name of the expansion. Therefore, if this is Post-Endwalker, and I'm going to be doing patch 6.1, which is 6.0 Endwalker, and Dawn Trail is 7, therefore technically I am still in Endwalker. Yeah. This is the problem that I have when I'm in law school. I overanalyze everything, which is a good and a bad thing. It's a bad thing for exams, because thank God I get excessively long amounts of time for exams, because I need it for writing my exam responses. All I heard was skeet, 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 skeet. Sounds about right. Roy, hello. Meteon, what about Meteon? Everything past 6.0 for MSQ is new story. I mean, we'll see. I haven't started 6.1 yet, so we will see. Boone, I am not reading the rest of that because then I'm going to have that music stuck in my head. So you stop it. Also, by the way, chat, if you all look in the emotes, you should see a new emote in there for future use when it comes time for needing to keep my ADHD brain to focus on the task at hand, and you guys are not allowed to use anything but emotes. Speaking of, exactly, band. I was actually telling myself that mentally too. Like, speaking of focusing.
Focus on the task at hand.
Thank you. And with that, let's continue. Did you encounter my acquaintances? I can only hope that they derived the same sense of stimulation from conversing with you as I myself did. For if so, we may yet discover a means to attain the moratorium known as death. Death. Until that time, should you ever be in the mood for a discussion on the profound and inevitable meaninglessness of the universe, we will be here waiting. Yes, always waiting. And I'm free! Free flying! Because I can't do the vocals of Freebird, so. Oh, hooray! I did it! It only took me an hour. Alrighty. So, newfound adventure. And two more. Oh, right. I need to go to. Oh, I need to do that too. Alright, let me go to Charlene. Does anyone. Why did I move? Does anyone else need to do stuff for their Wondrous Tales journals? If so, I would be more than happy to participate with that as well. If not, that's totally fine. I can do that later. I say that now. I hope I can do that later. The ghost in a Super Mario movie, I want to die. What? Are you also getting Flight on the other end? I am. So I have it on everyone except for Labyrinthos. I still gotta go do that in Labyrinthos, and I think that's the last one, I think. I'm assuming each tab here is for the current expansion, I assume. If so, then yes, Labyrinthos is the only one I still need. Which, once I get back to Labyrinthos, I will definitely do that. There are 2 dungeons to unlock for 6.0. There are, okay. Are they part of the Post-Endwalker, or are they blue? Blue Ghost Criers. Seeking... I'm going to take a shot in the dark and say this is... Would it be the Sanctuary thing? Sanctuary. Island Sanctuary. Right? Someone said that last night. Island Sanctuary. Okay, I'll do that later. I try and take as few quests that I'm going to use as possible. Any that I'm going to pick up later, I will postpone to pick up later. Lava is for the aid of an able-bodied adventurer. Cutting the cheese. Okay. I don't know what that was. Okay, so what is all this? Hunt for specimens. That was there before. The crystal from beyond. Job. Well, that's gonna be crafting and gathering. Ooh. Wander Charlene as a minstrel. Over there. Okay, so let's go to the harbor real quick. There, blue. We're doing. Oh, I will definitely come back and do them. My problem is, if I collect too many quests in my journal, I will get overwhelmed, and then that gets me into this headspace of like, kind of frozen, like, oh, I want to do that, I need to do that one, and that one. ADHDers, we do tend, if you don't have ADHD, my ADHD anyway, tends to have an issue with, feeling that everything is a priority, and therefore nothing gets priority. So, what? Jamming ways needed your brains and brawn, mostly the latter? How do I know which ones are dungeons or trials? Oh, this is a dungeon. Okay. Then I will be accepting this one. Jamming ways in need of your brains and brawn. Mostly the latter. Alinea. You are Alinea, yes? Oh, thank you ever so much for coming. In truth, I've been searching all over for you. You see, there's a most pressing matter for which I could use your wisdom and expertise. Okay? Oh, but we haven't actually been introduced yet, have we? The name's Jammingway. I had the honor of serving as the communications officer aboard the Ragnarok. So anyhow, to the matter I spoke of. It began the other day when my curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to send a reconnaissance probe to Ultima Thule to investigate the environs. Imagine my surprise when my robotic friend responded just a short while ago with a most urgent and dire distress signal. A distress signal from Ultima Thule? Now, even after you and your companions mercifully put an end to the threat of the final days, surely this intrigues and worries you as much as it does me. Trials are mostly an MSQ or a separate longer story? Oh, okay, gotcha. Did you want to attempt 2, Cyan? Yeah. I've realized, it took me years to realize that, but I've realized that I need to not pick up every single quest that I see and think that, okay, I want to pick them up so I don't forget to pick them up later, thinking I will get to them, you know, as I go down the list, but, yeah. It doesn't happen. We knew at the time, since they were new and there were less icons on your map. Oh. Being an Endwalker, there's no separate trial series like there's been from Heavensward to Shadowbringers. Really? Oh. Well, that's disappointing. After 6,000 hours, I'm clearing out Yellow Quest. It takes a lot of time, but the world building is lovely. There was a streamer, I forgot, I don't remember who it was, but I vaguely remember seeing one time that that was his goal, like literally doing every single quest from start to finish, from like ARR through Dawn Trail, like every single yellow quest. I'm just like, yeah, from like level 1. I was like, well, that's props. That's all that's all I gotta say. That is absolute dedication. You do that, Roy? I don't like having quests on my map. I don't either, Roy, but I've learned to accept the yellow ones on my map only because I've realized that those I don't have to do, which took me a while when I first started 14 to remember that, because playing WoW until more recently, like, there wasn't like, your quest icon wasn't that different from any other quest icon. Like, you literally basically just did every single quest. Not to mention, after achievements were implemented, then you got your, what was it called? The Lore Master achievement, which I did that for only one zone, Northrend, because I loved the Lich King story and Arthas and everything. It was, yeah. So, now I can't miss them, exactly. You do them for the story. I feel like that might be something I'll do in, like, my downtime once I finish, like, and I'm caught up to current, but I'm more focused on, like, making sure I unlock trials, dungeons, raids, any other, you know, side events or whatever that I ideally should do as I progress so that I don't miss out on, say, cutscenes. Everything else is in due course. I was just about to venture there to investigate further, but there's no telling what dangers might await. And I am a communications officer, not an adventurer. Please, join me at Thomazine so we may boldly go where you have gone before. Oh god, Star Trek reference. Good old Star Trek. You do Lore Master too? See, I did Lore Master before, you know, needing to do zone exploration for flight in WoW was a requirement. I literally did Lore Master because I wanted the tabard. The gold tabard with the globe on it in the center. I was very proud of that thing. There's a questline for Tataru that also has a couple of glams in it. Okay, and glams I feel like are going to be some of those things that I'll probably end up doing either in downtime or more likely than not once I'm caught to current. Just because it's not like... It's not a part of these kinds of quests, unfortunately. Finally got all the combat jobs to 100 yesterday. Jeez. Ignis. Holy crap. You and Balthier. Like, I think Balthier's done that now twice, at least with 2 characters. And now you. And it's like, here I am, 98. This is, once my paladin hits 100, that's only gonna be my second. I still got so many more to do. I want my Amaro mount. I want my Seto mount. That's a lie we all fought for, that one day we'll have downtime. I feel like there's a little more leeway though, Doggo, with downtime or your version of the endgame in 14 than there is in WoW, which I absolutely love to the moon, to the Ultima Thule and back. Because in WoW, really there's only one endgame, and that is raiding. And no, I don't mean looking for raiding or duty finder searching raiding. I mean hardcore raiding, progression raiding, i.e. you have to get into a guild and set aside dedicated days and hours to raid, which lets me out for most things because, I have adult things to do, so. Not to mention, it has gotten pretty, I don't know if toxic is the right word, but it's the only word I can think of. Toxic, essentially. Sadly, but... Who should stand before me but the savior of the very star, the... See? I'm getting put in my place. I am not a connoisseur in vocabulary, apparently. Inimitable. Thank God I know phonics. Inimitable. Ender of the end. Your deeds are sung of far and wide, my friend. Granted, I always had trouble saying the word recidivism. It took me almost a full 2 years, roughly, while I was getting my bachelor's in criminology to be able to finally say recidivism. All in due time. Exactly. I've all my... Well, la di frickin' da, Roy, okay? Rub it in my face, okay? Alright, I'm done. I quit. Oh, that's it. Sorry. Ignis, Balthier, and Roy have proven it. I suck. I'm just kidding. I'm enjoying it. I'm taking my time. I'm not trying to rush it as much as I want to. I am, however, loving being a tank again. It's been very fun. As I understand it, your quest for the world's salvation brought you to Charlian. I, too, am here on a quest of sorts. The quest for musical inspiration. Working on your third alt to level cap all jobs. Jeez. That is still a thing I'm starting to fully wrap my head around, but the fact that even though you literally can be one character and do every single job, including every single profession or gathering job out there on one character. And my old WoW vet wants to always say tune, but yet time and time again I keep hearing people are like, oh no, character number 2, character number 3, like it's like, what? I'm still a little surprised by that. I just assumed people would just use Fantasias regularly, which apparently I assume they do, but would, instead of just making characters, would just rather use Fantasias if they wanted to just change their look. So you're dead setting on the jobs to cap. Burn through your ARR and Heavensward ones since they have such low starting point, take longer. The problem with that is most of the ARR and Heavensward jobs are not really the jobs I'm like super excited to play outright, sadly. But yeah, like ninja or monk, not overly interested because it's like the rogue style, the roguelike, and I have watched my hubby play his ninja once or twice, and it's just, I don't know, it just seems very weird to me. I obviously am going to at some point, but in all likelihood those are probably going to end up being the like last ones that I end up leveling, as sad as that is. Perfect way to play. It's an MMO, so it's not going anywhere. Yeah, exactly. Alas, magnificent though this repository of knowledge may be, I find there's only so much inspiration I can derive from tomes. The difference being with 14 versus WoW is that when you play WoW, especially nowadays, the necessity, and I do feel like it is a necessity to get to endgame as fast as possible is real, because there is, in my opinion, way too many things that are unofficially required pretty much for you to do every day and every week in order to basically stay current so that you don't fall behind when the next expansion comes out. And I really got tired of that. But where tomes alone fail to inspire, living words may yet spark the imagination. Wait, Wandering Minstrel. He's gonna, I get, these are extremes, right? Or like the hard modes? Yep, okay. I'm not gonna read all his spiel because it's generally the same, just in a different zone. Ooh, Zodiark. So, Wandering Minstrel, are these the extremes, or? I did try WoW, did Season of Discovery, enjoyed it, tried Retail and Classic, it was a neat experience, but 14 is my home because my Catboy is cute. Hey, you know what, fair. Dogo, I might be an Aura right now, but I did not start out as an Aura. When I started in ARR, I was a Makote myself. And then for a very brief period, at one point, chat convinced me to use one of my Fantasias that was just sitting in my bag and become a Lala. So I was a Lala for a short stint, and then somebody redeemed their channel points, which I have since disabled that redemption option currently only because of MSQ, but they redeemed their channel points for me to use a Fantasia and got to choose what race I became. So thus I am now an Aura. But yes, cat boys, cat girls, Graha, cutes. Yay, extremes. Okay, so now I've got another list of extremes that I gotta get done. I still have to figure out timing and planning of getting the Stormblood extremes and Shadowbringer extremes done. Which, once I do figure out that timing, I'll definitely be making a or posting signups in Discord for people that would like to join me. Most likely it'll end up being on stream, unless people are not able to make it on what would normally be a stream day for me. If so, I'll probably do it like Monday or Sunday or something, but okay, so which one is another? Is it this one? Is that the dungeon? I don't know which one is the dungeon. You said there's another one, right? The vast majority of mine are from before we could even world visit. Oh, to make your characters, gotcha. Oh, wrong way. It's gonna be inside. Why did they... Wow, am I blind? I literally ran right past her. Okay, this is Pandemonium, because I recognize that mystery man. Ooh. Only reason I want to be a Lala is because their minions sit on their heads. It's so cute. That was really adorable. It really was. I contemplated when I was making my character from the start, I contemplated being a Lala, but ultimately ended up choosing Makote as a starter. Primary reason I contemplated being a Lala is my own personal height, because I can very much relate to Lalas on a very personal level, being that I am only 4'11", so little shorty. And damn proud of it, because my mom always told me that great things come in small packages like diamonds. Although I wish I did have a few more diamonds, that'd be nice. Cutting the cheese band? Okay, I'll have to go back then and get that. Hee. It appears my calculations were correct. I knew that at this very spot I would encounter none other than Olynia, the hero who saw us through the final days. Gee. However, would you have guessed you'd find me here, at the Baldessian Annex of all places? So I was so certain was I of my math that I stood here for... Well, let's not concern ourselves with that. Her math, I guess, didn't math properly. Hey, it's okay. My math never maths properly. So, don't feel bad. Honestly, Endwalker first year is great entry point for Savage. For rating. Ooh. Yeah, I definitely want to do Savage, but I would definitely need to be able to figure out at least... personally, I would like to have at least a portion or at least half of the raid composition be like consistent static. Like if possible with some of you guys, if interest is there, from the community. That was kind of the idea in making the FC, was that we would, coming from WoW background, okay, my mind is still WoW oriented for the most part. It's gonna take some time to not think in those terms, is guild equals rating, i.e. in 14 FC equals rating. So, I know that's not necessarily the case, but aren't Lala taller than me? I don't know. I never looked up their specific height. I think Nagini is a he. Or they. Slash them. I'm never entirely sure, unless someone tells me on that pronoun, on its own when is appropriate, but, or which one is correct, but, anywho, before I start this hydrant posture, I'm trying to do the posture, but it's not easy. And I gotta fix my patch. Ta-da! Straighten it. Cheers! So that's a great idea. Raiding with friends makes it so much more fun. 100% Togo. When I raided in WoW as a prop pally tank during the first 2 expansions of WoW, Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, so if I'm gonna have to date myself, when I started playing was literally I think either just before the summer of... No, I think it was the summer of 2006. I started playing. Yeah, summer of 2006, I started playing after I had graduated high school. If you guys want to do the math, by all means, that's all I'm gonna say about that. But a hubby and I actually ended up making our own guild, slash, as 14 would phrase it, an FC, and we had our own raid groups. Like, I think we ended up having a total of 3 dedicated raid groups. One was more dedicated, we raid these days for these hours on those days, and usually that was me and hubby. And we had 2 others, that one was for alts, and then one was for more casuals, because at that time you were either a hardcore raider or not a hardcore raider. So, but we loved it. It was so much fun, and being able to be like, hey, Joe, we need to work it this way or whatever. It definitely makes coordination too that much easier. At least from my experience way back when. Making myself sound even older than I actually am, I feel. Lala's height can range from 3 foot to 3'6". Oh, so I am taller. Yeah. I'm taller than a virtual character. Status I needed if you want to keep the same straights from pole to pole. True. Absolutely. Party Finder is disastrous. I've only ever gone into Party Finder, I think, a total of 3 times, maybe 4 at the most. One was to create a party when Sarah Jane and I were collabing for O12N, my very first mine experience, which was insane. And also began my obsession with doing all future trials as mine. So, pro and a con. And then one was, I think when it was 3 of us. It was me, I think Demon, and one other person. I was getting run through, I think Crystal Tower actually, but we had to use Party Finder to create it so we could have a raid. And then the 3rd time, I don't remember what for, but the very last time I did it was actually just me joining one, and that was when I joined Ponto for something, when he was doing some, like, roulettes or something, I think. But, or not roulettes, I forgot what he was doing. I don't know. All I know is it was for his stream. Oh, right. It was my first time doing tanking off tank, a trial. That's right. Is Boone. My kids watch and make us read Peppa Pig, and there is a younger brother of Peppa Pig named George, and he goes, Tato, Tato, or Potato. And my brain only heard that voice in my head when reading that, so thank you for that. Alright, Ignis, I will follow up with you after I get through at least this. Otherwise, I'm not getting anywhere tonight. I know we're taking it chill tonight, but still. Some progress, right? I am Nemgigi, assistant to one Professor Claudine. That name sounds familiar. Claudine. Professor Claudine. We work with the Aether to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our every conjecture. That you've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however, so we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudine will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Yay! Good for you. I'm European. I have no idea how old an American high school is supposed to be. Average 17, 18. I think most high schoolers, by the time they graduate, either have already turned 18 or are at least going to be turning 18 that upcoming year at some point. So, for example, my birthday's in January, so most high schools here in the States tend to graduate, I think colleges too for that matter, tend to have graduations in May. So I was already 18 when I graduated high school, so, but that's the typical. I know, European and Brits, I don't like thinking about education in most other countries just because it makes me feel very, angry about my home country's education system and how lacking, in my personal experience, K through 12 currently has been. But, yeah. Anywho. Savage Party Finder can be a little rough. I'm not sure I would have cleared the Endwalker Savages or gotten up to the 7th Dawn Trail Savage without your static. And, I mean, that makes sense because you can go back. It's like, okay, last week we did this. You don't have to, like, try and re-explain it to, 12 other people that you've never interacted with before. And once, in my experience, when I was raiding back in the day, you do start to get a feel of how certain healers in your party tend to play, how certain DPS tend to play, who tends to be the more likely of the bunch that's going to just stand and fire or be really bad at mechanics. So, videos. Oh, right. Thank you, Tabitha. Reminder. Thank you. All right, real quick. Let's go to video copy. Forgot I gotta use Chrome in order to show it on stream because it's weird. Come on, don't play it yet. Okay, let's do properties. Okay, and then, all right, muted that. All right, so a quick little short break from the game. Tabitha shared some videos, and also Lucha shared a video. I don't think, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, after I had beaten Xenos, because I was told that there was a video of a Lalafell and Xenos fighting, and I was like, okay, have to see that. So I have to see this height difference in comparison. So real quick, let's do this. Our moment. This fight was so, like, crazy. Oh my god, the first time I got one of these active time event maneuver things, I was like, oh god, click, click, mouse, click, click. And then, oh my god, the height! Junk punch! Is it not sharing? OMG, I didn't hit OK. I am a dum-dum. Sorry. Whoops. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Okay. Well then. Alright, let me see if it'll do it this way. No, it doesn't go full screen, really? Alright, so can I unlock it? Window capture, unlock. Can I do screen? Ta-da! Cool. Not that. Go down. Thank you. Mouse is too sensitive. All right. Now I think we're okay. Are we ready? Yeah. It's times like these that I'm like, okay, well, my blonde that is my was, I don't know if it still is or not, but when I was a child and also in high school, I was a natural blonde, not blonde, but I was a dark blonde. So my blonde came through there, so. Anywho. We all know it did. No. All right, we're gonna play it. We're gonna pretend it didn't happen. I'm gonna pretend it didn't happen. Denial.
Focus on the task at hand.
This is my moment. Moment.
Yeah, here I'm making all these comments. You're like, Allie, can't see what you're referring to. And this first punch, it definitely kind of looks like easily a gut punch. Well, his family jewels were put into his stomach, shall we say. This part's so weird. If this wasn't a game and I was like seeing this for the first time as like thinking it was an anime or something, I would just assume that Lala had like in Bleach, he's able to put his spiritual, what do you call it, spiritual pressure and make it into a blade that he can then throw. Like, Lala has magical powers. Oh, right, your video, which one? Oh, the one with, yes, I see. You want me to cry. Okay, I get it. I will not forget to let it show on screen, I promise. I promise. I will fix it this time. Okay, properties. Okay, show. Okay. That Lala ate a can of spinach. Yeah. I don't do a Popeye very good, but I grew up watching the old school Popeye cartoon, so. Alrighty. This is the one Tabitha wanted me to see called Running Up That Hill. Okay? The thumbnail only showed Michion in, like, her, I guess, Dynamis form or whatever, and, not the bird, but basically black and white, and crying. So, I don't know what to expect, but we'll see. Why is that? Oh, that's off. Okay, never mind. All right. I'm nervous.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness
I
and
remember this.
loneliness and pain.
Very vividly.
We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved.
The color on this is super
The end of
vivid.
life's journey lies only death. So I ask you,
Not watching that scene. Not again.
if life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it
I hated
such
that scene.
misery?
Stay back! Stay back!
Artbird. I miss
Do not
Artbird.
avert your eyes. See your life for what it is.
I
No
loved
matter
how
many times we
optimistic
fall,
he was.
We must arise and carry on the fight.
Holy crap. Jeez, this is just a montage of
You see then,
all of this.
the memories of a long, long journey.
Butter chiffon.
So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart.
I would save everyone.
The future you seek is not the past.
Tabitha,
My people.
you want me to cry, don't you?
My ideas are violent, invincible.
My friends. I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
That was such a touching moment. Oh my god, that...
What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer.
That scene. Oh, it still creeps me out. No, I'm not watching that scene again.
She's gone. Look out!
Oriange with Moonbreeder's parents, like, killed me.
Put me down! Sacred!
I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong.
Wet, wet, wet.
And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life.
Cornucopia of
Laughter that
emotion.
warmed my heart like naught else before.
Understatement of the century, I feel like, for me.
They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love.
Wow. Wow. That was great. That was amazing. It was definitely a little raw for me. But I was also extremely impressed and slightly a bit not jealous, what's the word I'm looking for, and not envious, like I admired, I guess is the only word I can think of at the moment, like the editing. Like I wish I could edit like that, but if I were to try and do that, it literally would probably take me weeks upon weeks upon weeks, if not months, to try and do that, because yeah, I don't like editing. I wish I could edit without it taking forever for basic edits. Never did like these running of that Hill remixes. What? Lucha, hello. Jess, hello. I also posted something really need to see in Discord. Community sings. Oh my god, Jess. I think I haven't seen it. But if it's referring to what I think it might be referring to, then it's really funny. I don't know how long you've been here, Jess, but earlier today, when I was kind of like browsing through YouTube, YouTube's algorithm recommended it is a channel that I've subscribed to on YouTube, and he's a streamer on Twitch, NDD20, but it just so happened to be his video of him, his endwalking experience, and once the lyrics kicked in, when music changed and the music had lyrics to it in Ultima Thule, I think he was reading something that someone had told him in chat about community singing that song or something, and I was like, oh well, that's kind of cool. I'm taking a shot in the dark and guessing this might be what that was referring to.
I love that video cause it's so beautiful, and I found it rather close after I finished the base Endwalker and thought it was an amazing send-off, seeing everything that we showed, meeting our joy, our sorrow, our loss, but also I hope in despite of it all we still forge ahead. I'm glad you liked it. Sorry for the paragraph.
Oh. Thank you! Double thank you, Tabitha. Holy crap! Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Oh my god. You are amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you again. Bit goal. Holy crap. That was amazing. But yeah. Which, whew, I didn't get to finish his walk, but I will say he ended from the length I could see, granted it was on YouTube, so I'm guessing he might have edited it. I'm guessing, I could be wrong, but his video was a whole, let's see, almost 2 hours shorter than my experience last night. So, I don't know what that says about me. Okay, let me mute that. Alright, last one that I will react to before we continue. Yes, that is it? Okay, awesome. Oh my god. So this is the community? Like players, or like the voice actors and all of that, or are they like players and streamers? It's edited like a music video. Ooh, it's a collab. There are a good handful of names. You know Tabitha? Really? Someone needs to link Benny G videos. Oh god. When was he streaming? Could you pause your breaks? Right, that is true. I'm not sure when he was. The video was at least uploaded to YouTube. It said 6 months ago. But then at the very beginning, it said that I'm assuming he was referring to the actual like stream was in 2022. Because I think it said like June 2022, if I'm remembering the date correctly. I don't remember, but I do remember 2022 at the very beginning of the start of his YouTube video, but other than that, I couldn't tell you. Same here, no bunch. Really? So are the people singing? It's the singers from the community. Is it just generally the 14 community? So players, streamers, non-streamers, just players and streamers? What? Okay, who do I need to get in touch with for the next one of these things? I would love to do this. I was an opera singer before, so... Vocals from 1400? Jeez. That is amazing. Whispers falling silently drift on the whoa, hang on. Sorry, I wouldn't normally pause it. I just want to see her name. So, singer in FF14 Answers. So, is she the one that sings Answers? I never looked up artist's name for Answers. Oh my god, I love her. I love her. Okay. Sorry. I'll try not to stop it going forward. Okay. Drift on the wind. Game's dead. Oh, the R&B vocals. I love those sounds. That power, I love it. Ooh. If I knew the lyrics, I'd be singing them too. Holy crap. I know the tune. but I don't know the lyrics yet. Should watch a live performance of Answers someday. Oh my god, I have to. Zepla! I do know Zepla. Wow. Even VTubers too? That is awesome! Oh my god! So cute! Wow, oh my god. This is amazing! Who made this? Alex Muka. Oh my god, okay. Yeah. I am supporting that hands down. Oh my god, that was so amazing. Chat, I can promise you, if I had at least known the words, chances are I probably would have started actually singing along. Like, if it was Answers, I would most definitely have been singing along. Like, I love that song so much. I probably have listened to it way too many times. Okay, don't autoplay. Please don't autoplay. Yay, it didn't autoplay. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, last one, and then we'll continue. If anyone didn't know that Sogan clip from when he revealed his remission in cancer, I did. I think we actually watched that. I think somebody posted that in the reaction at one point for me to watch. I don't remember if it was the same stream as Lahi, which subsequently then prompted me that I had to go out and get my own automaton, which I still have yet to learn how to actually play, but eventually. Just drop, promise, gotta hear it. She's insane. Okay, so 14 Footfalls cover. Okay. This is a rounded up 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Okay, hang on. Get my changing ready. Okay. After this video for sure, I definitely would like, I was gonna say we'll get back to picking up MSQs and maybe, at this rate probably not, but maybe getting somehow started on 6.1, maybe. But after this, we'll probably take a short break, for me, bio break. If you need snack or whatever afterwards, that'll be the time. And then I can also run ads to do that, so. Chat is being distracting again. Should I get the geo keys? Nah, you're good, Arrow. You're good right now. If you, I'm guessing maybe you weren't here earlier. I did say this stream I'm kind of a little more, not blasé. I don't like using that word. I feel like it's too like I don't care. I do care, but it's more of like it's more chill, laid back. You know, kind of go with the flow a little bit more this stream, just because yesterday was long and it was emotionally long. And then earlier today was just frustrating and stressful for me with my kids, so I am enjoying this. This has actually been thoroughly enjoyable for me. So, okay, let's go ahead and watch this, and then we will do our break and then continue. So, makes sense to have some unwind, for sure, Cora, for sure. Mental health, gotta also think about that too. Alrighty, hitting play in 3, 2, 1. Singer with my background in opera singing specifically, although I've done musicals as well, like, I could definitely pick up, it sounds at least to me, she's had training for sure, and definitely a very strong soprano with that very unique, I don't know what the term is, but like, because opera singers are very like, oh, it's very melodic, whereas like pop is more like a little more throaty sounding. Hers has this very nice blend of like both. Ooh, very nice. Tabitha, thank you. I am so glad that you shared that. And honestly, at the same time, I'm also really glad that it wasn't Answers, because chances are, if it had been Answers, I probably would not have been able to help myself but sing along, so. Because I've listened to that way too much, and I'm pretty sure I know most, if not all, the lyrics. Anywho. Boone, it's 3:30 for you, Boone. No worries. No worries, Boone. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. It has been fun, for sure. No, so vibrato's more of the how would you phrase it? Like the, I don't like phrasing it this way, but the shaking. So when you go, oh, it's where that part kind of like vibrates. Literally, vibrato. It vibrates. The combination I was talking about was more of like the poppy sound, which is more in the throat. It's more not quite shouting, because shouting is just shouting, but it's like I'm not a pop singer by any means, so I don't know what the term might be for it, but it's definitely different. A vibrato, no, that was not the term I was looking for. Once. Tremor or tenor. Ignis, now you must take your leave. No worries. Exam to prepare for. Good luck. Good luck. Study hard. Yes. Yes. Ignis, you have more willpower than I tend to when it comes to studying for exams. So I encourage it. Go. Go study. Go forth and do well. Naka, you were a bass. Was totally harmonizing. I believe Amanda Aiken, flow singer, also did opera singing. Oh, really? That's amazing. Opera singing is like, I don't know if there's different, I'm not going to say that I don't know if there's different. I'm going to assume there are different types of opera singing. My opera singer was a very classically trained opera coach, in that he firmly believed that opera is only meant to be sung in its original language. Thus, every song I sang was literally an Italian opera song. I cannot tell you how many times I have sung O mio babbino caro, and I swear to God, unless I'm watching Bean Goes on Holiday, or whatever, Bean's Holiday, I think is what it was called. Unless I'm watching Bean reenact it in that movie, I never want to hear that song again. Great song, but I will probably just like, I don't know, pull my ears off if I ever have to hear it again. Cousin is an opera singer. He can sing in 5 languages. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, opera in its classical, especially if you're performing it, Like, you're trained to be able to sing on a stage in a theater without needing the assistance of microphones, that power, that breath control. So it's like, and then singing in 5 languages, that's impressive. I probably have sung multiple songs in different languages as well. Doesn't mean I could at all speak those languages, but I most commonly sang songs in Italian, but when I first started taking opera lessons from my opera coach, a much older gentleman from Italy, I was younger, and so I was like, I don't know what I am singing. I don't know this language. What am I don't know what kind of emotion I'm supposed to be singing. How can I be singing something and put emotion into it if I don't know what the heck I'm saying? So yeah. Thank you, Tabitha, though. Thank you for sharing that. That was amazing. I loved it. Thai, Latin, German, Spanish, and Russian. I have heard some Russian songs, and let me tell you, that is impressive. Absolutely impressive. I don't know if I could do that. As for autograph, projection, yes, exactly. And then learning your note holds, and which also comes down to breath control, and yeah. It took so much willpower when I did get to see Phantom of the Opera on Broadway when I went to New York decades ago. It took so much self-control to not sing along, because Sarah Brightman's, she wasn't performing it, but the girl that was playing Christine Daae in Phantom was very, very, very close to a Sarah Brightman sounding Christine Daae. And I know those songs inside and out, and I was just like literally covering my mouth, because yeah, when you're in a Broadway theater, you don't sing along to the performance. But all right, so thank you again for sharing that. That was amazing. If you, honestly, Tabitha, if I could ask a favor, if they have done one with answers like that, like performing like that, I would love to see that. I would really love to see that. Like, Answers is probably one of my most listened songs in the car. Like, even if I'm just driving, 5 minutes up the road, I would love to see that. That would be amazing. Yeah, big no. Yeah. Yes. I have more to share, but won't credit stream. No, that's totally fine, Tabitha. No, totally fine. Possibly, maybe closer to end of stream, if we have time. Maybe I'll squeeze in one more, depending on how long it is. But yeah, thank you, though. Seriously, thank you for sharing that with me. She does have answers. Ooh. Yeah, if you can post that in the Discord, that'd be amazing. I would love to see it. All right. That being said, like I said, we watched the reaction suggestion videos, and they were amazing. Now we are going to do a quick, let's say 5 minutes. I'll run an ad too while we do our break, and then we'll come back, and I think I'm picking this one up, but I know I gotta go back to down here? I don't remember where it was. This one, Cutting the Cheese. So I gotta go back that way to pick up the dungeon quests. So we will do that when we get back from break. So I will see you guys in about 5 minutes. Oh God. That's even creepier. He's just staring. Whoa! Oh my god. Oh my god. Why the Alfie, where are you looking? He's enamored. I could have done without the glazed wriggler sound. Frogs. Oh, you'll like those. Uh-huh. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, and then roast over fire. Mmm. Just how I like my frogs. Crackly on the outside, goo. Gotta love it. At least us ADHDers are usually never boring. At least we got that going for us. We can always find some entertainment, even if it's just with ourselves. Not in that manner, but you know what I'm saying. We find ways to have fun, and okay. Never mind. I'm going to shut up now because I'm just digging that ditch deeper. Oh my... Oh? What's all this? Cornelia! Marcus is Cornelia's lover. Oh, Marcus! Yeah, you're doing great! Haha, I have studied drama, you know. Okay, guys, let's keep going. Braun's still watching after all.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
My darling grandchildren, may light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
Okay, that just broke me. Dang it. I should do. Gotta get up here. It's so funny, like I never used to do this stuff in WoW. I'm performing for you all. Although I'm just lip syncing apparently, so I'm too self-conscious apparently to actually sing. I usually come to Materia to play with all these awesome people on stream, because Everything's more fun with more people, in my opinion. That came out really wrong. Inside man?
Hold that thought.
Norexia? What the fuck?
No! Conditions of surrender.
Holy shit.
Denied.
No. What? No. What? Oh God. Nope. Oh God.
Loss?
Nope, no thank you.
For the future of all. What nonsense is this?
God, can you please
There
turn
is
your head
no
around?
justice but mine. No future.
Oh, I picked the wrong one. I want to redo. Redo. Did I not say it nice enough? Like, you gotta be peppy with it. I'm sure you'll do fine. Ah. Unless I said it more sarcastically, like, I'm sure you'll do fine. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. Oh, dear Lord. How you know it was... Ah, okay. We are back. Alrighty. What did I miss? What? Link, what? Cyan, can I post links in here? It depends on the link. Like, normally, just so the links don't just get spammed. Ideally, if you're not in Discord and don't want to join the Discord, that's fine. Otherwise, I would ideally prefer either myself or a mod to, like, maybe not necessarily review the link, but, like, approve it, kind of, before allowing it. But I don't know how to actually... Can I offer it, like, short term? I mean, if you want to whisper me the link, I can post it. I'm not sure what the link is. Or you can message it to whisper one of the mods. God, my brain. Ada, I think yeah, like kind of what Ada said. Like ideally, that's kind of what I would prefer. But otherwise, me. You can message it to me. That's fine. I don't. Only other thing I found was a metal cover of Answer. Ooh, a metal. Ooh, wow. It's not saying the post was deleted. Yeah. So when links are posted by non-mods, I think VIPs are excluded too. I'd have to double check, but if you're not able to, like, if your role doesn't allow or links to be actually posted in chat, I think it just does like stars instead. So like it doesn't flag it as like needing to be deleted, I guess. Like going through this, I don't see the link. I literally just see 3 stars. So I don't know if that's what you see or if you see something different. I don't know, but it's showing to you in the chat sign. Oh, interesting. That's weird. Never mind, it's a metally, not answers. Oh, okay. Didn't miss anything because of the meeting. Nice. No, you did not miss anything. Alrighty, so Like, I feel like I need a list of, like, things, like, a list of quests that I'm supposed to pick up. So this one is, I don't even know what Hunt for a Specimen is. No, that's not it. That one over there. Okay. Why was I talking to this person? Hunt for Specimens. I don't know what that one is. Colette, hello, how are you? Sorry, I literally glanced over your earlier post. I meant to say something. How are you? Welcome, welcome. How have you been? I just know it's good practice on Twitch that most links are deleted in the chat because anyone can just post anything. Yeah. I haven't had a big issue with that, really, even when I first started streaming, which is still very fresh in my mind, because it wasn't that long ago, but I think that's probably because I tend to be a little more on the more cautious side, and kind of, I'd rather make things a little more restrictive at the start, and kind of like, okay, I don't need to be as restrictive on this, or this, or this, but yeah, like, I don't know, you never know what somebody's gonna post. And I don't want to be held liable for it. And unfortunately, Twitch, even if you say, hey, I didn't post the link, it's not my fault. I'm kind of, it's my chat, therefore I am responsible. It's like, dang it. No, you're all good. Hope I'm well. I am. Today was a little stressful. Kiddos were just having one of those days where, like, they were whiny, and then my son, I don't know if he's going through a growth spurt or something, but, like, God, this kid is gonna eat me and my husband at a house and home, I swear. Constantly hungry, like, all day, every 5 minutes. I'm hungry. You just ate! Jackie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday, or if it's still Thursday for you, Thursday or Saturday. I don't know how time zones work in other areas other than the US for me, sadly, but I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh no, I'm sorry. Colette, it happens. I mean, kids are gonna be kids, but I still love them, of course. It's frustrating when you have those stressful days where your kid won't listen to you, and then they're just crazy, and yeah. And then it gets worse in the evening, because then they're overtired and wild and crazy, simultaneously being whiny. It's like, ah! So my brain was like, just enjoy, just relax, have fun. Mental health is very important. I'll have to go back and watch the Endwalker finale. It's your fave. It was long. It was a lot longer than I expected it to be honest. I'm not complaining about it. I just was not expecting, after all the cutscenes, to then, now I get to talk to all the Scions again. Which I enjoyed, don't get me wrong. Again, I'm not complaining in and of itself that I had to talk to them. I was just more kind of expecting, after all the credits, that I would then get to talk to Tataru or whoever and clear that green check mark. But alas. But yeah, it was a very long emotional journey. I saw it posted, is so beautiful. I will check it out a little bit later, Tabitha. I think we ended up like watching like 2 or 3 videos at least, so possibly at the end of stream I will definitely look through to see what we got, okay? I cried the whole way through it. Thancred's your fave. Oh. See, I had a mixed reaction kind of with Thancred, because as someone who watches a lot of anime and like a lot of these types of shows where it's like the trope is you don't see the body, like you don't see them gone, like they may not actually be gone. So like my brain, whenever I don't actually see it happen, my brain's like, well, you didn't see it, so you don't actually know what actually happened. And then of course they're talking about, I mean, Thancred could very well have chased Medion to wherever, while we apparently were passed out due to lack of oxygen. That was a very reasonable and valid conclusion. So I was like, okay, yeah, sure, we'll go with that. I don't know what happened. I didn't see anything. The rest of them, however, Urianger and Y'shtola, I was not expecting both of them. I was not expecting both of them. I was not expecting Y'shtola, period. Like, I kind of was expecting Urianger, given how he was basically like, hey, you know, I'm basically telling you, this is what I figured out. I'm telling you this, while kind of slyly and very, you know, cryptically telling you that I know what I have to do. I'm gonna not be here anymore, so you need to have this information, okay? Okay, bye-bye. Like, so I kind of expected Urianger, but then Y'shtola, I was like, no. Yeah. It was up and levels out, and then, okay, now I'm down, kind of levels out a bit, and down again, and it was a lot. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. But a lot, for sure. Pass out due to lack of oxygen, that's what happens when someone ends up cutting the cheese. Ah. Alright, speaking of cutting the cheese, I think my mind went, well, it's 14, they don't always show them die, plus I was sleep deprived. Hey, I'm right there with ya. My end walking was almost just shy of 9 hours in total. Yeah. But I was like, I gotta finish it. I gotta finish it. So, I feel that. Alright, cutting the cheese. This panic-stricken Loporrit is desperate for the aid of an able-bodied adventurer. Loporrits are so freaking cute! Alinea! Oh, thank goodness you're here. It's absolutely terrible. Awful! An emergency of cataclysmic proportions. As long as it's not the final days, it can't be that bad. Baby buns. I just like how they do it. It's so adorable. Alright. What is it? I don't know, actually. They didn't say, but doesn't it sound simply dreadful? Okay, everything the Loporrits do is adorable. What I do know is Buildingway has been asking after you. He said if I happen to see you, I should tell you to hurry over to Kidonia Knolls with all haste. Well, what are you standing around here for? Away with you. Away with you, peasant. Oh, goodness. Okay, so got that. Are there any other... I don't think so. Odd job. Oh, right, that's the other one. Okay. Okay. So, the lad in Labyrinthos. Oh, I never turned this in. Whoops. Oh, 2 Labyrinthos. I gotta collect those ether currents anyway. Ali would keep one next to her on stream, chomping on carrots while getting head pats. Yeah, probably. I probably would. As long as they weren't like real bunnies, because I did have bunnies when I was a kid, and well, me and my younger brother did. His bunny, I now know what they are referred to now as a kid. I thought it was like a demon bunny. It was an albino bunny, so it was all white with these red eyes, so AKA demon bunny. That thing bit me all the time. Bit no one else. Only me. It hated me. I don't know why it hated me, but it frickin' hated me. I was like, what the hell did I do to you, bunny? I just want to give you your bunny food and you're gonna frickin' bite me? Are you kidding? There he is. There's the lad. The lad. I love it. Yeah, laugh. It's funny when I think back on it, but as a kid, it freaking hurts. Bunnies have really sharp teeth, if you didn't know. Oh, but he like cozied up to my brother all the time. Like just snuggled up like it was a little kitten or something. Loving about your link. Oh, sorry I gotta show you this. Alright, last one, Tabitha. I'm actually trying to focus. Oh my god. What the hell is this? It's cute. My response, if I was asked that with the Lopper, I'd be like, what? Oh god, good old Family Guy. I recognize that art. Trying to quest, yes. Alrighty. I am not going... Oh, right, chasing down this kid. Because this isn't weird at all. Hey, kid, you don't know me, but I know your mom, so you should come with me, okay? What do you mean you don't trust me? Like, I'm a stranger? Kid learned a stranger danger. I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. What's wrong in Labyrinthos? Wanted to show that before you went to sleep. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing it. It definitely made me chuckle for sure. Why don't you try telling me first? I can decide what to believe on my own, thank you. Okay, just because he's a kid, we don't need to be snooty. Jeez. I hate the fact that I get the option to give these like snooty or smartass responses, and instinctively I just want to click on them when it's not main MSQ. Main MSQ, it's like a different alley comes out. It's like the warrior of light, genuine, caring, empathetic, loyal alley comes out during MSQ. And these things, I kind of feel like I've got a little bit of leeway to be a smartass. And it is very tempting. And that just reminded me of, I think it was, yeah, it was Shadowbringers. When, Chat egged me on to basically make Y'shtola get zapped. Doing like some sort of puzzle thing. It was with all the statues in, it's in the Lahi Forest. I don't remember what that area was called, but yeah. Absolutely need to be snooty to kids if they're being snarky. And no, then Mama Bear comes out and I like knock it the hell off. Drop that attitude. My parents raised me You give respect to get respect. You gotta teach the kids about respect too. Because if you don't teach the kids respect, how the hell are they gonna know to give respect in the first place? Yep. Treat others as you would like to be treated, as the old saying goes. Fine. I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. Also, this kid kind of looks like a teenager, so that explains a lot. Kid sort of deserves it, but that is besides the point, kind of. With, yeah, but no, we don't, I don't want to say violence is not the answer, though that is true. Violence is not the answer, but I almost said we don't hit children, says the girl that grew up in the era of where spanking was actually okay. Good night, Tabitha. Good night. Thank you for dropping in. Appreciate it. Thank you for sharing all the videos too, and the bits, and yeah, as usual, awesome as ever. Have a good one. Good night. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Violence is not the answer. Violence is the question, and the answer is yes. Vand, the way that you worded that was just worded so perfectly, I cannot rebut it. I just... yeah. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up. All because of my age. Got into a big fight with father about it. Oh, with father. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? Broke like just stopped working, or broke as in smash, everything comes down? Because two outcomes, very different outcomes, would be on the chopping block. That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. You're a lollipop with a statement like that. Yes, I agree with you there, Tabitha. And Tabitha, I thought you were going to bed. Although, I am scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. Yep. I don't suppose you would come with me? I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. I'm not taking money from a child. I'm not taking this kid's allowance, essentially. No way. Don't pay me, no. I'll gladly take your money. No. Do not pay me. Okay. Give me your money then. I feel like it was a lose-lose option. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. No, if I was treating like a child, I'd say, you stay here, I'll go deal with it, and then I'll come back. Beat him up, take his money, push him down. Okay, Rav, I'm the Warrior of Light, not a high school bully. Although, with that statement, I feel we know that you have some experience in that department. Was mostly having to wait for Tarkov to close. Ah, okay. Back to grinding for me. No worries, Nunu, no worries. Enjoy your grinding, and I guess good luck, because if you're grinding for something, so... Hopefully your luck is better than mine, because I do not have any luck whatsoever, so... I was the bullier. Oh, okay, bully the bully. Then who's the bully? Still here listening? Appreciate it. Thank you. This is a proper deal, alright? You've got to take my money to make it binding. Actually, legally speaking, a handshake could make it binding, technically. Although, fighting that in court would be quite a hassle. then it's settled. Okay. Oh, goody! I don't actually have to do anything for you, kid. Ha! Thanks. See ya. Peace out. Yoink. Oh, wow. Gleaner's Wish is... Okay, Gleaner's Wish is... Okay. So we'll do that. I'm already over here. I might as well. I would bully the bullies below me who would bully below... I mean, that seems about how the cycle of bullying tends to go, to be fair. Kane, hello, how are you? Took his money and ran. I mean, hey, he gave it to me, and there was not a required subsequent quest that just automatically required my acceptance, so it was just, we just had a verbal agreement. And those are even tougher to fight in court. But I got another coffer that is just gonna pile up. Ooh, when the heck did I get this? How did I not know I had this? Wrong thing. Does not. Where is this? Science. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's gotta go there. I have way too many dies. Way too many. If someone offers me money, they better have more than that. Hey, honestly, I'll take what I can get if it's free. If you're offering, sure. No strings attached. Okay, sure. You just want to give it to me? I'm not gonna say no. I'd kind of be dumb to say no, especially when it's more than I have currently. So, are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Oh, then better not hand me the crystal. Now I just imagine in-game Allie doing the Zoidberg. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Thank you, Van, for that visual. Now all I'm seeing is the runaway. Whoop, 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 whoop. Woo! Oh, God. Thank you for that. Alright, continuing. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And today, that traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler-to-be, if you will. Okay, do I gotta do the whole, like, at a temple thing where it's... Because I've always wanted to do that. Did you know Billy West improved that during recording? No, I didn't. What do you mean improved it? I mean, personally, I thought it was good as it was. Oh, and I have melded and become one with the box. Okay. Oh, improvised. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. I didn't know that, but that does make a lot more sense. I love improv. I love improv. I never was good at, like, during my musical theater classes in high school and everything, I was never good at doing, like, improv classes. Mostly because I tended to, classic ADHD, overthink it. Go figure. But I love watching Who's Line and people that can improv just like that. I personally think that is a really, really honed skill if it's done well. Love the daytime theme here. I can't even tell what instrument that is, by the way. I just realized. Unless it's just an instrument that's been distorted. But it is pretty. Hello, Balthier. How are you? A colleague recently told me about the power of Ashika. Ashika? Akasha. Akasha. There we go. A concept taught in Razatan and how it reacts to strong emotion, i.e. dynamis. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the Gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Hey, you know what? I went to Ultimate Thule and managed to somehow come back, so who knows? But that's it. That's what it reminds me of. As good old South would call it, a good old fiddle. It reminds me of a fiddle, but a less southern fiddle. Violin, you were thinking? Yeah, I could be wrong. I feel like fiddles are violins. It's just basically it's just a different word to call a violin based on the style of music it's playing. Am I kind of close? Or am I way off base? Did on a whim, and the producer was like, what was that? And he's like, should I not? No, keep doing it because it's loved. That's usually what ends up happening. Something not quite that similar happened to me once. When I was a kid, I used to do like infomercials and things like that, like when infomercials on TV was a thing. Call in now, you know. But this infomercial was specifically for kids, and it was for these light up laces that were called laser laces. And I was in the hallway just joking around with my mom, and I don't know if this song had come out that year or if it was like an older song, but it was the opening is, oh my god, Becky, look at her butt. I was doing the entire thing. I'm stopping myself there, although I do remember the rest. But I'm not going to embarrass myself with it at this point in time. But I was, I think, 7 or 8 at the time, maybe. Oldest I was 10, but I was joking around with my mom like that, with the Valley Girl and accent and all of that. And I guess the director happened to hear me do that and basically asked me to do that Valley Girl pretty much exactly like that with laser laces. And the phrase he wanted me to say was, laser laces are the bomb, with a Valley Girl accent. Yeah. And I was just like, okay, I'm a kid. I'm just gonna have fun. So, yeah. I mean, I feel like even in the 90s, saying the bomb was not what you would actually say in normal talking. At least it wasn't something I used in my normal conversations. So saying that felt weird, but I did say it with the whole Valley Girl accent and everything. It was just like, oh my god, these are fucking amazing! Fiddles are violins, but made for higher pitch. Ah, okay. Interesting. Should Becky let me smash? Never heard of laser laces? I don't think anybody has. I'm pretty sure it was like a small company, probably. Vaguely recalled that in kindergarten, very late 90s, the kingship was these shoes with light up soles. Yes. Definitely. I don't think I ever really wore light up shoes much, but yeah. Ultimate dad joke, hello. Love your name, by the way. Love it. Welcome in. How are you doing? Benzo, I remember the roller shoes. Roller shoes! I wanted those so bad. My parents would never get them for me though. They were too dangerous. I was born in 97, so I wasn't around much of it. Ah, okay. Well, now I feel much older, so... I was born before then. So, yay. 97 was a good year, though. I'm pretty sure, is that when, I think that's when Titanic came out. I think Titanic came out either in 97 or 99. Do not ask me how I know that, but I just answer ADHD brain. That's it. Enough said. It remembers things I don't think I actually thought I remembered. I've heard of laser discs from the 80s. Oh god. 8 tracks, cassette tapes. However, I'm not old enough for 8 tracks, mind you. I know what they are, but I did not have 8 tracks, so not that old. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? Ultimate Dad Joke, how are you? Are you a 14 player too? Wanted Heelys too, then I think realized I'd probably break my face trying to use them, because Kid Me was quite reckless. Ditto. Surprised I never broke a bone. Same, Van. I've never broken a bone. However, I did frustrate the hell out of my mom because most of the time, if I got like scars or whatever, 9 times out of 10, for whatever reason, I always ended up on my face. Because I remember my mom telling me multiple times, like, why? Why is it always your beautiful face? Yeah. But surprisingly, never broke a bone. Plenty of stitches, though. 97 is also when OG FF7 came out. That would make sense. That would make sense. Because I'm very bitter towards that time period with FF7 for me, because I had it when I was in 8th grade, which was literally, I went into 8th grade before the World Trade Center's incident occurred, and was in 8th grade when that happened. So that kind of gives you an idea of, I think I got 7 the year or 2 maybe before I was in 8th grade. But I know I was trying to play it when I was in 8th grade because I had my Brady Games guidebook that was my history teacher decided to confiscate and never return. Or, well, does a tooth count as a bone? No, it does not. Pretty sure it's mostly enamel and calcium, I think. I could be wrong. Broke one of my incisors in half. Impressive. I was dumb one time when I was ice skating and forgot my sweater on the opposite side of the ice rink after I'd already gotten off the ice, but forgot that I had already put one blade guard on one skate. Forgot to take it off and decided to go back on the ice to try and get my sweater. Yeah. I didn't make it quite to that halfway mark and ended up slipping, falling, literally sliding like in a cartoon all the way across the ice, and then slammed my face into the boards on the other side. My 2 front teeth went through my bottom lip. Shockingly, didn't break any teeth. I no clue. Did get stitches though. Yeah, like I said, face. Scared the living daylights out of my mom though, because she didn't see it happen. She just saw me get off the rink, come into the place where you take off your ice skates, and I'm gushing blood out my mouth. Oh god. My poor mother. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith it will keep me safe until my return. And now, I depart for Girabanya. I hope your travels are successful as well as mine. Bye-bye! No flight. Okay. How much more do I need for flight here? Alright, so I gotta find 1 ether current. 784 yalms to the south. Alrighty. Let's go. Put that up there out of the way. Actually, what? I don't even need that open. What am I doing? That's not the map. To the south. I probably am gonna have to go out that way, I'm guessing. Remember the first PS1 memory cards? Oh, yes. Yep. Had plenty of those memory cards for sure. I loved my see-through memory cards, my colorful see-through memory cards, and all different colors. My favorite one was my red one. I vividly remember that. However, I was not much of a fan of the requirement for, in my experience, 9, my favorite Final Fantasy. When those discs would get scratched, you were fucking screwed. Because that's what happened with my 4th disc on my Final Fantasy IX, my original Final Fantasy IX disc set. I got through the first 3 discs, went to put in disc number 4, and I vividly remember the scene with Garnet in Alexandria singing la 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 la. I clearly favorite 14 or FF, but quarter of the way through that, while she's singing, game just cuts out, and I was like, what? Yeah. And unlike N64, you can just blow into it to make all the dust go away. 483 Southwest. Okay. Come on, it's just 1 freaking ether current. Could hold 15 game cells, powerful at time, right? Now look where we are, like, freaking terabytes upon terabytes of storage space, and it's like videos that a lot of my streams here are literally like 12 plus gigs when I save them. It is insane. And that's an MP4. If I were to actually like record the stream in MKV, I think, MKV, like I originally started doing that, I was like, I can't. I literally will not have storage space, because they were sometimes 40 plus gigs for a single video, which was absolutely insane. 243. I feel like I should be able to see it by now. Southwest. Is it in here? Early 2000s designers peak though. See-through plastic coverings were so cool. Yes. I miss those old school see-through Macs. Those were awesome. There it is. Whew, finally. I always wanted the like semi-translucent MacBooks with like the different colors. I always thought those were so cool looking. Flight! So scratching your disc then? Was not by choice. Hooray! I can fly! Everything went flat and gray or black? Exactly. FF8 soundtrack was amazing, as was 9's. I have not heard anything from 8, because I haven't played 8 at all. But 9, I will agree, was... 9 is, I think, the Final Fantasy game that really made me fall in love with the series. And, like, from there, I was like, okay, I want to play more. And I think that was when I eventually got to 10, and yeah. Well met, Traveler. Might I interest you in Chocobo Porter? Nah. Just don't like to see that exclamation mark above your head. An iPod Classic back in the day. Was amazed how much music it held. I was less than impressed, to be honest. Don't hate me, with the original iPod. personally, just from aesthetic, you know, exterior aesthetics wise, because I didn't know the intricacies like of the technology back then, but I thought Zunes looked really cool, and I really wanted a Zune, though clearly, as history has shown, Zune was yeah, DOA. Had choice in taking care of them, not taking them. That's what my grandma told me. I mean, I always kept my discs from 9 in particular, in the case. But they were hard plastic cases, so those hard plastic cases themselves would scratch the discs, inevitably. Patiently await a remake of 8, then again there's rumors of 9. I want 9 to be remade so bad. So bad. I would, oh my god. If there was ever the official announcement that 9 was being remade, I'm just gonna tell you now, I would probably be saying on stream sometime or announcing it like the second I heard the news. Alright, it's official. Release day, I will have 9, and it will be like a 24-hour stream. I don't, 9's story was absolutely phenomenal to me. Pretty sure this one's not Pandora, Pandemonium. Pandora. Came back in a good time. Did we just start the raid quest? I actually, yes, I just got here. So perfect timing, Elwin. Greetings, Alinea, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Nemgigi has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I am Claudine, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I've been nervous about this meeting ever since Nemgigi set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater an honor than to meet the first woman in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. I mean, technically Yashola did it too, so twice in fact. Oh, wait, ethereal... Yeah, she was in the ethereal sea, right? Or is it ethereal something else? I thought it was ethereal sea, though. Supposedly it was going to happen at Games Fest on Sunday, but I heard Square Enix dropped out of the show. Really? I hadn't heard that they had dropped out. Man. That sucks. Hang on one second. I gotta Google something. Oh, okay. That's, I've been seeing that. Okay. Wait, so it's Sunday? Hold on. Okay, blah, blah. Oh, it's a whole, like, okay, June 6th, 7th, and 8th. Okay. Oh, wow. Never mind. I'm a dum-dum. Never mind. I was confused. I was like, wait, Sunday? I was like, oh no. I didn't realize that. So, if you are not in our Discord or aren't on following me on my socials or weren't in the stream earlier yesterday for my announcement, I'm actually going to be co-streaming the PC gaming show on Sunday. So when I heard Games Fest on Sunday, I was like, wait, are there 2 shows going on at the same time? Oh no! I'm glad I Googled it. PC gaming show is part of Game Fest. I feel like a dummy. I didn't realize that. Well then. She was in the... Okay, so it is the Ethereal Sea that she was in. Live stream, that's what it was. Okay. Never mind. 2 separate entities. Got it. Okay. Have they dropped out those in elaborate ruse? I don't know. I've learned to just expect the unexpected at this point. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Sharlayan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single woman. We must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. Easy to confuse the two? Yeah. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the antitower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There, we spoke with Hydaelyn and learned of the fate that would befall this star, the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the aetoscope did we continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Okay. Just hoping for a Resident Evil reveal. I haven't been following any of the Resident Evil games. After the third one, I kind of lost track and stopped following. So, yeah. I don't know what to expect, so I'm very much looking forward to co-streaming it. Speaking of, I will definitely post an announcement in Discord as well about this. I just thought of this, so before I forget, since I will be co-streaming the PC gaming show on Sunday, I believe it'll be 1 p.m. my time, because it's 12 p.m. It starts 12 p.m. Pacific. Saturday, there will be no stream. So technically for me now, that's tomorrow, no stream. Saturday the 7th, there will be no stream because I'd like to be able to get a good night's sleep and all that kind of stuff and get prepared, probably excessively so. But I've never gotten to be an official partner co-streamer for any event like this, so needless to say, I'm a bit nervous. I'm not sure what to expect, so just kind of want to make sure that I'm at least ready and don't screw up my stream in and of itself, such as not having something showing up on the stream when I'm reacting to it. So, a good night's sleep I think will at least help in that regard, I hope. So yes, Saturday, June 7th, there will not be a stream. Just heads up for you guys. Did you remember who that white robe guy was in the cutscene after Endwalker completion Elpis? I don't remember his name. I don't know if it said his name, did it? Wait. Now you're gonna make me want to go back and look up my VOD. Did it say his name? Okay, I thought so. I thought it said question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay. Well, there, getting me like, wait, am I forgetting it? Okay. Well, there, you gotta remember, my heart is still recovering from all that it experienced yesterday. Alrighty, continuing. Better figure it out by yourself. I mean, I may not. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. Okay. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Okay. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But, thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, That crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets. And now we would have you see for yourself. Okay. Is it like a big crystal, or? Okay. Yeah, the way they were describing it sounded like it was a small crystal. Here is the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. Okay, I'm going to take a shot in the dark and guess that it probably does. It's one of... What were they called? The, convocation crystals, right? Holy crap! I thought it was just gonna be like a crystal. Do not eat the glassy pupper. Man, Van! Ruin my fun. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Oh god, now I'm thinking of that stupid video. Memory abides within this crystal. I know of someone who bears a similar crystal. Ooh, me! I do! Wait, do I still have my crystal, or did me basically summoning back the Scions destroy it? I want to say it didn't destroy the crystal, just the magic. But I don't remember. I still have the crystal? Okay. Just the magic was destroyed when I used the magic that Heidelin bestowed upon it when I summoned them back, or... Memory abides within this crystal. Just play the extra enchantment. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. As I thought, you do know what this is. Please, tell me everything. I know what it is. I know what it contains. Do I know the memories of whose is in there? How the hell am I supposed to know that? Tell you everything? Okay, there's the convocation. Then there was, Emmett. Got both Emmett in Shadowbringers and Emmett in Elpis. Dang. Made him hot. Like, in Shadowbringers, he wasn't like drop dead gorgeous sexy or sultry, like with his eyes, he was in Elpis, but it was more of this like, almost this bad boy kind of like air about him, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we're not going to reminisce about my first day in Elpis. That was a bit embarrassing. There's a Benny G animation where like, I know, I don't remember who shared it, but I think somebody shared that in the reactions suggestions channel in Discord, and I know I reacted to it during a stream once, so I vividly remember that. It was you, Ellen? Okay. I thought I knew somebody did, and I knew I reacted to it because I remember being just like, sorry, my new old friend. Did you get new clothes? I got you. It was I did. They're probably actually still in my armory chest now that you reminded me, so I'll have to check my armory chest. I see. The Ascians / ancients use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. Yeah, without the need of blood from, like we had to do with Graha. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Well, they did wield creation magic, so... Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? I can't judge this right here, him talking to himself, because I am very much on a regular basis guilty of talking to myself. Yeah. Ascian memories, windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of the 14. Unlike the crystal in Alinia's story, this one does not bear the mark of the convocation. Oh, so it's not part of the convocation. Who then could these memories belong to? Didn't even try them on. Rav, I literally got the mail and then logged out because it was like, I think about 7:30 in the morning. So forgive me, okay? I raided, got my mail, logged out. It made me get excited about stuff. Yeah, but also even, like, it tends to happen a lot more if, like, hubby is taking the kids out or something and I'm home by myself and I'm literally asking questions out loud, and then answering the question I just asked myself. So, I mean, I too tend to talk things out verbally. I don't know, maybe it's my form of how I process some things sometimes, but hubby makes fun of me all the time for it. Yeah, we gathered all the convocation crystals. Okay. Oh man, I thought it was gonna be another convocation crystal. I was getting semi-excited. I'll never forgive you. Please. It's nothing to forgive. Oh. Oh, can't forget Alpha. Quit. Me. All right, chat. Rob, stop distracting me. Let me continue this, okay? All right, and more importantly, granted, it's not only your fault; it's my fault too. And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? Never do that again? Oh. I thought it was cute. Okay. Do we all see the FF Tactics, the Evilus Chronicles trailer? I did not, Balthier. I did, however, hear about them through, my friend's husband today, that he was actually asking about that. I didn't know about that. All I heard was him say the word Evilise, and immediately my brain went to 12. And I was like, okay, I'm all in. I'm interested. I must know more. So I have not heard anything about it yet. I also haven't played Tactics, period, so I feel like maybe I should probably play that at some point beforehand. Professor! Yeah, yep. Professor Claudine! Yep, you're gonna have to probably do it again or poke. Huh? Huh? Yes? He's in his own world. I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there's propriety to consider. Huh, propriety. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? Hey, you know what? Great minds don't necessarily conform to neurotypical standards, okay? Eccentricity can be a blessing. It's coming to all consoles. The problem is, like, the only consoles we have right now anyway that I can think of off the top of my head are pretty much our PS5 and our PS4. But mostly my hubby tends to play the 5 or the kids play the 5. Do you know if it's coming to, like, Steam or is it, like, strictly console? Both here. Never had a console in your life, Van? No way! Van, please tell me you're kidding. If you're not kidding, I feel so bad for you, and I'm telling you, you need to at some point. I'm not going to tell you, like, which console in particular. I am a little biased in that I am very fond of the early 90s and early 2000 consoles, but others may say different. You definitely need to, though. I feel like that experience was my introduction personally, like actively, into gaming. And it was amazing. Steam as well? Yes! Okay. We're good. We're good. Yay! I can do it on Steam. I can get it on Steam. Okay. PC gaming your whole life? Wow. Lucky you, because PCs were not advanced enough when I was growing up to be able to game decently, I should say, because eventually there was, you know, RuneScape and those kind of things for early MMOs, but, like, PC gaming when I was growing up was, what was that called? Flash. Flash games were the good old PC games back in my day. What? Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. Actually, that's a pretty good deduction. I mean, or a hypothesis, I should say, not deduction. Faint voice. If anyone, message, come, pandemonium, please. I feel like I'm like, stop, stop, it's like, what do they call that? It's on the tip of my tongue. Morse code, that's it. PC gamers do like to say they are the master gaming race. I would not at all consider myself a master gaming race. I personally find that term / phrase a bit arrogant / cocky / degrading to other gamers. I think console games have their own novelty. Agreed. I sure won't play FPS games on consoles. Seriously, Van? That's where, I feel like that's where they originated, though. I mean, Halo. Halo, come on. Good old Xbox. Can't forget good old Xbox 360, which I did have, but I had the original with a removable hard drive. With the good old red ring of death. It's weird the things that people at my point tend to reminisce on. Tiger, hello! How are you? In military jargon, dit dots. I like that. Sounds more, accurate. Faces. Grave threat. Star. In danger. Okay, maybe another shard? Unless it's so it's a memory, so from Elpis, I guess? From when the Final Days was happening on Elpis, maybe? That expression does not bode well. What did you see? What? I didn't see anything. I saw a crystal. I heard voices. Console player all your life, Nunu? I was too, up until World of Warcraft. I was strictly a console player, to be frank. Learning to play an MMO, like not a controller, was a huge learning curve for me. So like, then I got used to it, obviously. But to this day, for me, there are certain genres and styles of games that, although I'm sure people can play with a mouse and keyboard, like, I feel it would be a disservice to the genre itself to play with a mouse and keyboard. So it's like, no, I gotta play with a controller. Primarily, that for me, that would be mostly JRPGs, Kingdom Hearts, other Final Fantasy turn-based games, things like that. But yeah, anywho. Not Master Gaming Race, but to be fair, PCs are cheaper to maintain in the long run. Alwyn, today they are. Today, in modern day, yes. Back when PCs were like first coming out, they were expensive, and you couldn't just go to like your local Best Buy easily and, oh, I need to upgrade my graphics card to the latest and greatest. Like, it was not that as simple as it is essentially today. Yeah, not to mention cooling and it was essentially cheaper initially and in the long run for consoles early on. Nowadays, maybe not so much, but early on, I personally feel the opposite. Doom. Bjorn, that you just sparked my memory. Doom was my actual intro into gaming in its entirety. Like, the idea of video gaming was introduced to me via Doom. And not because I chose to play Doom. I wasn't actually playing Doom. Because it came out, 90... I don't remember the exact year. Sometime between 92 and 94. My older brother, however, was playing Doom. And on his PC with a 5.1 surround sound system and a subwoofer at his feet, which back then was super fancy, to make sure you could feel all the vibrations. And I sat on his lap and I watched him going around these corners and everything. I will never forget the demon monster thing that just jumped out right at me, scared the living... I screamed bloody murder. And yet somehow I was like, I need to experience more of that. I couldn't stop watching it. That was my introduction to video games, and I've been playing video games since. Pandemonium. 'Tis not a word I have heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Oh, lovely. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. Yeah. Considering what we all just kind of went through, I'd say not. Some real difficulty playing FPS games on consoles. That's fair, Van. I'm not a fan of FPS games. Same thing. I'm not good at them at all. I remember trying it once, only because the guy that I was dating at the time, he had an Xbox. I think it was Call of Duty that he was playing, I think. Like one of the very original ones. And he was like, hey, we should play together. I was like, I'm not really into it. I was happy just watching him. And so he insisted, so I was like, okay. I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just kind of pushing buttons and like, oh, I see this. Okay, I'm gonna aim. I'm literally shooting randomly. Somehow I ended up killing him by shooting him in the kneecap, apparently. But then he tried shooting me in the head, and I apparently didn't die, and he basically started getting frustrated at me, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing! That is my experience with FPSs, so yeah. Although, funny memory. Gaming since NES. Ah, good old NES. Good old 8-bit. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. It wouldn't be upon us, would it? If it's a memory, it's in the past. Nemgg. Great, this name. Resanod. I entrust their procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Alenia, there is a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. Please tell me we're going back to Elpis. Please tell me we're going back to Elpis! I was thinking that, like, when we got to see Emmett and Hythlodaeus again in Ultimate Duel, I don't know if I actually said it out loud, but I know I was thinking it. I was thinking that I hope at some point we get to go back to Elpis. I want to go back to Elpis, not just to visit, but for a quest. Play 14 on console, PS5, mouse and keyboard scared me. Will admit, chatting to other players is easier on keyboard than controller. I didn't think people actually use controller to, like, chat. I thought you kind of needed literally all three if you were playing console. There's actually a function where you do it on the controller? See, that sounds weird to me. I mean, I guess I'm glad that is an option, but still, it sounds weird to me. I know of only one individual capable of such a feat. The very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. Aw, shucks, guys. Watch, he's like, this hero here. I'd be like, oh. Right, I was away a bit during that cutscene. What do you think of Emmett's suggestions on what to do? On what to do for what? Like, when he was asking me, have I seen this, have I seen that at the end of the last stream? I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and the veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. I haven't even shown you anything. I haven't, yeah, Bjorn, I haven't even started 6.1 yet. Which, at this rate, I may not end up starting it tonight. But I've enjoyed this time. I think it's been fun, and I've actually gotten some things done. I've made some progress, like Ether Currents. List itself I haven't made. I'd have to actually pull up that, either watch the video again or find the, like, a transcript of what he said, so I actually have a list of this, and this of what he said, because I don't remember exactly what he said, to be honest. There was a lot going on, and ADHD brains with short term is not the best, unfortunately. So I ask you now, return to the past, find out what and where Pandemonium is, and if we need be concerned by this message. Okie dokie. I mean, if you start the raid series, you sure won't start. Oh no, Van, we're definitely not starting raid series. If I would raid series, like starting the raid series is probably gonna just be a separate stream, I feel like. That's kind of what I think I did with Eden. I made that like a separate stream as well. that way I can dedicate, you know, my full attention strictly to that and not feel like I'm kind of trying to juggle everything. So, but I'm at least opening up this part of the quest, so when we are like, okay, let's do the raid series, it's one less thing that I have to do. Hopefully I won't have to do much after, but have a wealth of post content to enjoy, so take your time and enjoy. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you. I'm trying to. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to share our findings. Okay. Oh, wrong thing. So that was the Crystal Beyond. Okay, so journey to the ocular, approach the portal. So that's prey against... Okay, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to go to Thaumazienne next. I'll worry about this one later, because that'll be the... I'm just going to do that for now, because I don't want it showing up. Is that a... What is this? Oh no, that is actually a quest. Okay, never mind. I just don't want it to show up in my quest log and on my screen. It's distracting. And we should call it Eureka. Nope, not right now. Okay. Petting the cheese. Lamentorum. Okay, so that's on the moon. Thaumazienne is where again? Right there? Yep, okay. So I do have to go this way. Haha. Yep. So maybe I've been to... Oh, thank you, Van. Alright, well, let me read this. To be fair, the story lore that got dropped on you last stream, a chilled stream was coming. Thank you for understanding, guys. Like, seriously, I do appreciate it. I very rarely feel like I tend to want to do, like, more chill and kind of go with the flow kind of streams. I do tend to want to have, like, a clear, like, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. This one I kind of felt it was a good day, given my actual day stressors. And then last night, it's nice to be able to just kind of relax and just take things as they come. So I really do appreciate your all your support and understanding with this. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waves of the bounty? I do remember that vaguely. Or the treasure isles of Blind Frost in Author's North, the sacred sites of the South Sea Isles. I remember that phrase. Fabled golden city of the New World. I remember that phrase in particular because it, for whatever reason, made me think of El Dorado. I don't know why. How about Mericidia? Ah, yes. Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Ah, right. The 12. That one. That I do remember. And that I feel like... I don't know if I reacted actually during that stream, but... the true identities of the 12 got me, and, like, unexpectedly. I was like, wait, true identities? So I am very curious about that. I am curious about what he was referring to with all those references, like, location references. But, like, at first I was interpreting it more like, you know, him essentially telling me that as Azem, I'm an adventurer. Azem is an explorer, and it's like, have you done this? Have you seen this? Have you done that? No? Well then, you're not being a proper Azem, as he essentially said. So that was kind of what I obviously, I have no idea, I'm just speculating here, but I kind of felt like he was basically encouraging exploration. See what else is out there. Oh my god, no. Rush through, give us gratification. Oh, a squirrel. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's usually not a squirrel. For me, it's the most random thing sometimes, to be honest. It could be a hair on my arm that literally, like, tickled me for a split second. I'm like, oh, which then leads me to look elsewhere, and the rest is history, as many of you are familiar with. Need a recovery stream after the emotion damage of the last one? Yeah. And I feel like this in-between time between actually picking up 6.1 and the end of 6.0 is, I don't feel pressured to like rush into 6.1. Like, I do feel like I story-wise received that most of that closure, and so I don't feel like I have that, you know, drive that's like, oh, okay, what's next? I need to keep going. I need to know what's next. I don't want to stop. Not that I want to stop, but it's more of like, I feel like I have that, this is that perfect time span where it's like, I can do it without feeling like, oh, I should be doing that. So, Hildy's side story. Yes. My goal with Hildy, I do plan to do Hildy, by the way, before getting into Dawn Trail. I really do want to do Hildebrand before starting Dawn Trail at all. My thought in my head was for Hildebrand was going to be after we get through raids and trials and dungeons between here and, you know, 6.5, is it 5.5? Is that how it goes, I think? Once I get all those done, then, like, the last bit would be us doing Hildebrand. As kind of like that, hopefully, as is it usually is, comedic relief, and a little breather, and moving into Dawn Trail. Granted, you all know the story way better than I, so timing may get changed if there is recommended otherwise, so... What he was alluding to, that Endwalker is not the end, and that you always were an adventurer. Yes. Okay, that's how I was interpreting it. 6.55 last Endwalker patch. Yes, Hildebrand just basically brain turn off mode. Exactly. Which I think might be a good a good way to, like, kind of officially end this arc of my Final Fantasy XIV journey thus far, before embarking into a new arc. I don't know. I could be wrong, but we'll see what happens when we get there. Only thing you should be doing is having fun or enjoying yourself. Thank you, Sif. And welcome. How are you, by the way? How's it going? Future content teasing, maybe? Possibly, actually. I didn't even think about that. Alinea, I knew you'd come. Clearly, we have inquiring minds and a crushing need to be of use in common. Any road, I love that word. I know that word probably annoys some people, but I love that word. I have to actually stop myself from saying any road, because I have actually irritated people by using that phrase. I am pleased to report that the Ragnarok has already been prepared for our journey. A journey that, fortunately, will not require the massive quantities of ether that were necessary for our previous voyage beyond the stars. Aw, man, we don't get to see the primals again? That was so cool. How can this be, you wonder? Hell's if I know. Whether it's a parting gift from Mother or perhaps the manifestation of Meteon's true desire, this vessel is strongly connected to Ultimate Thule. Interesting. I'm good. Been very away lately. Got my ADHD diagnosis finally. Oh! I don't know why my instinct was to say congrats for some reason, but I don't know if that's something I should be congratulating someone for. Having ADHD myself, it's like, yay! I'm not alone. But at the same time, like, I know it's the struggles. I was one of the lucky ones. I did get diagnosed when I was like, I think I was like 5 or 6 or something. It was early. And I say lucky because I just so happened to actually I was able to be diagnosed during a time when most girls, which now it's coming out, because many women, adult women, are now being diagnosed with ADHD, and they probably should have been diagnosed back in, say, the 90s. Most women and girls were overlooked back then because the symptoms that girls usually, keyword usually, tend to exhibit were not very externalized. However, as some of you may have kind of figured out so far, I am not necessarily the most usual of girls. I very much exhibited the stereotypical, what most at that time considered boy ADHD tendencies, hyperactivity, bouncing off the walls. My mom had 2 nicknames for me, Bull in a China Shop and the Energizer Bunny. So, yeah. But I wasn't on medication for a very long time. Right before, the puberty age hit, I was taken off of it. They didn't know as much as they know today, and I was basically expected to just learn to deal with it, and I just had to be self-controlling. Okay. But medication, getting the right balance, it is a curve. You'll get there. If you've got a good doctor, I'm sure, and figuring out the right dosages, the right combination of meds if necessary. Some meds work better for others, and some don't. Like for me personally, Vyvanse is not very effective with me, whereas Adderall works best for me. But for others, it's reverse. I mean, I know there's also different kinds of medications too. So it took me, when I finally went on medication, I want to say I've been stable on my current medication mixture because I'm actually on Adderall long, like the XR version, as well as a shorter acting one later in the afternoon due to my metabolism processing it quickly. And I've been on this same dosage levels for the last, I want to say, almost a year now. So I'm pretty leveled out, but it took me almost 6 to 8 months, I want to say, before we kind of found that right balance, I think. So you gotta find what works for you. And personally, me, I found researching more about my own ADHD condition helped me understand myself better too. Not that it changed my behaviors, but it helped me understand myself a lot more and learn stuff about myself that I didn't even realize. So I guess congratulations is in order. In a sense. Mixed bag for sure. Congrats because you know what the issues yes. Thank you, Van, for putting into words what I couldn't form myself. That was standpoint to your depression diagnosis in university. Older brother was ADD and way more a handful. You saying that, Sif, it actually is even more unsurprising. I've read that statistically speaking, if one sibling has ADHD, especially if boys tend to have higher rates of ADHD than girls do. If one sibling has it, the likelihood the other sibling has it or a parent has it is much higher. Don't ask me about specific numbers. I don't know those off the top of my head, and I'm not even going to try to guess. So, but I vaguely remember reading that somewhere many years ago. So, didn't want to piss off Mama Manderville. Oh my god, with the frying pan. Bit more limited on the meds where I am versus what the US has. Where are you? out of curiosity. Just getting through the process was tough. Yeah. I mean, it's also, you're kind of also having to, in a sense, go through, not the grieving process, but like, acceptance, I guess. Like, okay, this is basically what's going on now with me. This is me now. You're in Sweden? Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with like how Swedish medical system works. I'm sure it's way better than how it is in the States, because States, especially with ADHD in particular, has been not so great. Specifically Adderall, medication shortages have been notorious in the last couple, I want to say almost a year, maybe longer if I'm not mistaken. Luckily, I was only affected by that shortage, I think, a total of like twice, and that happened within the last, like, this last year. So for me, it hasn't been that bad, but for people who don't have good health insurance in the States, that, however, can be a huge issue. Luckily, my Adderall medication is only like out of pocket $19 because of me and my husband's health insurance. Not everyone has good health insurance, and so without health insurance, I'm pretty sure if it's not $1,000 for XR, it's in the hundreds of dollars, which is absolutely insanity. Like, who the hell can afford that? So I'm not a huge fan of the US's healthcare system, but I'm not gonna go on a tangent about that because I definitely could. It would more be a vent, but let's have some fun. Insulin. Yes, insulin is, I don't know anyone personally affected by that, but I do know insulin costs have been excessively high. I'm pretty sure I also saw fairly recently in the last like 2 weeks, I want to say, that inhalers, I don't know how expensive inhalers usually are, but apparently there was a young man in his early 20s who literally died because he literally could not afford to pay for his inhaler. Couldn't afford his inhaler that he needed because of his asthma. And now he's no longer around. Like, that should not be happening in 2025 in a first world country, right? We're the best country in the world, as the top of the, Washington DCers want to tout around. But hey, I'm not in politics. Definitely don't want to be in politics. So whatever. Wild, absolutely. All right. Anywho, yes. Congrats that you've actually got some diagnoses and you are on your way to getting some, hopefully, treatment for it that'll work for you. So good luck. I feel for you. I really do. All right. With all that out of the way, we got completely sidetracked. Probably 80% of it is thanks to me, but so strongly, in fact, that it somehow simultaneously exists in both locations. That's cool. How do I get that ability? I could really use that with 2 kids. Sorry for the sidetrack. No, Sif, don't be sorry. Thank you for sharing. Seriously, thank you for sharing. I'm glad that you feel comfortable enough in the community that you're willing to share that with us. So thank you. Thank you. Here in Labyrinthos and out at the edge of the universe. Is this making more sense to you now? No? Well, it matters little. What matters is that we get to the other side and see what is troubling my dearest probe. On that note, let us be off. Okay. Don't want to talk bad about US. I occasionally hear the statement that the US is basically 50... Hey, Van. honestly, like, don't obviously, no, like, shit talking or anything. Like, be respectful, cordial. You are more than welcome to voice your opinions. I live in the US. I was born and raised in the US. I have issues with the US. There's a lot of issues with the US. However, I also only have one perspective, and that is the US perspective. I haven't lived in other countries to be able to, what's the word I'm looking for? Have an opinion, a full-blown opinion that for other countries in comparison to the US, since I haven't experienced it like I have in the US. So watching on YouTube or TV or whatever, it's not the same as experiencing it and living it. Personally, I definitely was very happy to get out of Florida politics. But where my husband and I and our family live now in Colorado is definitely much more comfortable in that it's more open, it's more accepting for the most part. But there's a lot of there are issues in the U.S. I will not what's the word I'm looking for? Deny that. But I hope everyone feels like they can, and you should feel free to be able to voice your opinion. Opinions, everyone has them. And you should voice them. So I hope you don't feel like you have to walk on eggshells, so to speak. So, long story short, what I'm getting at, Band, is talking bad is I feel not necessarily the exact proper way to phrase it, in that what might be bad to you, I might view as also accurate, but it is your opinion, and I'm happy to hear other people's opinions, for sure. Critique, thank you. Thank you. See? Words are hard sometimes. Putting words and sentences together. Also, ADHD brains tend to overthink, like, how do I phrase this properly? I need to find that right word to describe what I am trying to convey. In Sweden, I had to go privately because public health site can only triage severe cases right now. Oh. There's always swings and roundabouts with these things. Privately, it cost me about $3,000 to get a diagnosis. Jeez. Thankfully, I have a day job, and I could afford it. Privately, here in the States, that $3,000 would probably be double, if not triple that. And by privately, I mean 100% out of pocket. Yeah. People literally here in the States, I think I've heard somewhere that the number one cause for people to file bankruptcy in the States essentially is medical debt. But it's like, well, oh, I broke my leg. I really should go to the hospital and get a surgery to fix it. Oh, that surgery is going to cost you $25,000 out of pocket because you don't have good enough health insurance. Yeah, I guess I don't need my leg. Thankfully, diagnosis can port over to public health system. All my meds are subsidized through public. See, that is amazing. That is amazing, Sif. That is, wow. I'm a little bit jealous of that. But here in the States, every person for themselves. We can't help everyone else. My understanding, that's pretty much why most of the systems that we have in the States are as they are, is because everyone feels like they need. Why should I help you when I had to work hard? Oh, you can't be a lazy bum. It's not being lazy, it's being human, in my opinion. But, alright. See what happened, Van Sif? Got me on a tangent. I have strong opinions. We all have opinions. I need to learn to stop voicing my opinions sometimes, so. Alice, hello. Strolling in super late. All good, Alice. It's been pretty chill. I probably should, now that I look at the time, I probably should just change the title of the stream, because at this rate, I don't think I'm going to be starting 6.1. But that's okay. Alice, welcome. Glad to have you. Yeah, haven't really been doing anything in particular. Just kind of been picked up the aether currents in Ultima Thule and then in Labyrinthos. Kind of got started on the Pandemonium quest, just like the very opener one. And now I am doing Cutting the Cheese. So, how are you? How's it going? Thank you. Hydrate. Cheers. I really should keep a bottle of water here because technically hydrate should be water, but I'm terrible at drinking water. I'm terrible. Sorry, you're all good, Sif. I was just as much at fault, so. Yeah, it's a relief. Maybe one day we can hope build communities. Kat just offered me her belly. Oh, I want some belly rubs. I want belly rubs for the kitty. My cat, Shadow back there, if ever I try and do his belly rubs, he literally looks at my hand, looks at me, grabs my hand with both of his paws, and then kind of like stares at it. At first I was just like, oh, okay. It's like the most weirdest reaction every time. Give kitty belly rubs for me. All right, that being said, I'm going to tell myself to focus on the task at hand so I can at least get through maybe one quest. That will open up a dungeon, hopefully. And let's continue, shall we? See? The Ragnarok exists here as surely as it did, and does back in Labyrinthos. With the vessel forming a conduit of sorts, we may also easily teleport between the two locations. Convenient, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I want that as a permanent ability, please. Por favor. I love this music, it's so pretty. Woke up about an hour ago, went to take a nap at 4 p.m. yesterday. Yeah, I took a very brief nap. It was only about 3.5-ish hours, I think, which I was okay with. Yeah. I'm used to running on about 4 to 5 hours of sleep. My body's weird. If I sleep the standard 7 to 8, that entire day usually tends to be like, I feel kind of groggy, like I want to go back to sleep. And it's just a very unproductive day. 4 to 5, ironically, seems to be the right balance for me. I don't know. I don't question it. I just... When brain says tired, body says tired, okay. That, oh, I'm awake? Alright, well, I'm awake. Precisely because the locations are so indelibly connected to each other, however, I fear that whatever has triggered my probe's distress signal has the potential to threaten Labyrinthos as well. And so, I would investigate without delay. Let's see now. It would seem the distress signal is coming from base Omicron. You don't say. Not far from here. Let us hope my automation friend can enlighten us further as to the situation. Okay. Picture in Discord. Picture kitty, picture kitty. Oh, cutie kitty. Alwyn, is that a, I'm curious, is it a tabby? Is your kitty a tabby? Giving her all the belly rubs. Give her all the belly rubs. The belly rubs. Let's see. I don't like seeing these like open spots on the map. It bothers me. So I need to like have it go tan just a little bit. Alright. I'm not gonna fly all the way out there because I don't fly fast, sadly. Ooh. Does this fly faster, I wonder? Calico tabby? I thought so. She's mostly tabby with a few calico patches. Aww. Calicos are super cute. I've heard, and obviously this could just be, you know, people who have had calicos and are like putting their personal experiences and like making assumptions that it applies to all, but I've heard that calicos a lot of the time tend to be kind of more wild sometimes, like acting out and like doing like zoomies more frequently, and can also sometimes be a little more needy. But I could be wrong. I mean, I think I've also read that to a certain extent about orange tabbies, which I grew up with one, and he was clearly the complete and utter opposite of that. To describe my orange tabby, whose name was Lucky, imagine Garfield if Garfield were real. That was my Lucky. He was a fat orange tabby cat. Mount speed only affects ground travel? Oh! Okay, dang it. Oh well. Damn. Got too excited there. I was gonna try and fly, but oh well. She legit has had us pegged the moment we walked into the shelter. Aww. I ended up finding Shadow just honestly out of pure, I don't want to jinx myself, luck. I just randomly decided, you know what, I'm gonna look at shelters. It's very rare to see a ragdoll specifically at local shelters. I knew for a fact that when we did eventually get a cat, I knew I wanted a ragdoll. But being that ragdolls are considered more of a, what's the word, designer breed, I guess, they also tend to be more expensive, and you usually end up needing to get them from breeders. And again, because they are usually so calm and docile and great with kids, it's very rare to find ragdolls in a shelter. So when I was looking at the shelter's website, I did not in a million years expect to see a ragdoll there. But sure enough, there he was on the picture on the website, and it said he had been brought in just like, I think it was like 5 days prior. I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, normally I would not be like, hey, yeah, let's go and, you know, see if maybe he would be a good fit. But this time I was like, no, I'm not gonna pass up this opportunity. And yep, the rest is history. That description of calico is accurate. My place is childproof. I don't have kids. I do have a fluff ball. Turn on the stove. Oh no. Oh no. That's no bueno. That's that dangerous. Tell my dog Briston, rest in soul, was aww. Since this is all, as he turned on that puppy charm. They're good at that. They're very good at that. So sorry about your puppy. Well, doggy. I don't know how old, but I had that happen a couple years back with one of our huskies. So very unexpected, but we still have one, our little Chihuahua, who is a little taco. But he's adorable. All right. I am going to try and not let myself get distracted anymore. Let's continue. You miserable sack of sockets. What in the heaven's name do you think you're doing with my oh so valuable automation? We're completing logic circuits. N7000 categorically denies the accusations of this hirsute organism. Hirsute? Oh. An advanced life form such as N-7000 has no need for such outdated technology. Oh god. On the contrary, this unit took pity on this makeshift machine and the primitive society which created it, and deigned to issue a warning. Oh god. I felt sorry for you, so let me fix you. I didn't ask to be fixed. No, let me fix you. I didn't ask. I'm going to fix you. Patricia, hello, welcome. How are you? Welcome. I really should change the... I don't think we're getting to pad the 6.1. Let's do Post-Endwalker option. There we go. Ta-da! It's just been a very chill stream today. After yesterday and then this afternoon with my kids were just having one of those days, I guess, and so it was a stressful day, and I was like, yeah, let's kind of go with the flow. We'll see what happens. Normally I'm not very much a go with the flow person when it comes to stream, but it's like, you know, I feel like that's right. We're gonna do that. So, just a heads up, so you haven't missed anything really. But how are you? Good eating some breakfast, then back to study for tomorrow's exam. Ooh, exams. Good luck. Can I ask exams, like what the exam is for, like class? Math, history, science, what else would there be? English or foreign language? What's for breakfast? Sandwich, cottage cheese, and coffee. The sandwich sounds good. I'm not a huge fan of cottage cheese personally, primarily due to its texture. Thanks, sensitivities to sensories or whatever. Sensory sensitivity, that's the phrase. It also just, like, looks weird to me. I've heard it tastes delicious, but, sandwich and coffee, though? Delicioso. Occasionally go to a shelter. My friend is a volunteer at. I could not be a volunteer. My husband would seriously, probably, actually, if I was a volunteer at an animal shelter, I would end up being divorced. I can almost guarantee that. Because he would say, don't come home with any new pets. And I would, the one day he would forget, I'd probably come home with a pet. He'd be like, I said not to come home with any new pets. And of course, me being the law student, I would say, well, you said that yesterday. You did not clarify that that was on an ongoing condition. Yeah. I like animals, what can I say? Usually walk dogs in pairs, trios. One time she looked at me and told me I'm going to walk a dog named Tiny Ann. Aww. 121 pounds, Saint Bernard. I mean, Van, that's like my Chihuahua's name. I mean, granted, he's a little overweight currently, but I mean, most people roughly know about how small Chihuahuas are. Ankle biters, as most people like to refer to them as, but even with him being overweight, he's 16 pounds. Average, they should weigh somewhere in the vicinity of, I think, anywhere from 9 to 12, on average. I named him Zeus. When I got Zeus, he was all of but about, I think, 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds, like itty bitty. And I saw him, I was like, your name is Zeus. It came to me, your name is Zeus. We had two huskies at that time. As he got older, guess who ran the 2 huskies, who were both 65 pounds and 75 pounds. The itty bitty chihuahua. I mean, you can't judge a book by its cover. Winter Kennel called for her. She approached the kennel door, and I got cussed out by your friend because apparently she and other workers have to convince the dog for 10 minutes to get to the door. Hey, some people just have that connection. They just do. Tomorrow is the exam in sustainable development. Not really WoW class for what I'm studying, but gotta do it. Studying network engineering. With IT security for 2 years, so tomorrow's your last exam, then you're done. Congrats, congrats. Good luck, good luck. I'm familiar with IT, many years of being, sadly, IT help desk, but I did work in a knock for almost a year, I think, and then kids happened, and here we are today. My husband, however, he still works in IT for the same company. Between he and I, when it comes to issues at home, when it comes to computer stuff, usually I'm most of the time the go-to like troubleshooter. I prefer the software side of things, hardware side of things. Network, and not as exciting for. Can I run a packet trace, simple stuff? Sure. IP config, release new, easy peasy. The rest of the network stuff, I let him do it. Because he's way better at it than I am, and you know what? I don't enjoy it anyway, so. But we need them. Congrats, Patricia. That is a great accomplishment. You got this. I have faith in you. You can do it. Funnily enough, didn't have to worry poor tiny Anne to drag me around. Had to track her about. That's usually the case. That's usually the case. The big ones usually tend to be the, you know, what do they call them? The couch potatoes. Like, I've heard Great Danes tend to be the laziest dogs, and they're like this tall. And they're also very mousy. When I took Zeus to dog training at PetSmart, there was a Great Dane puppy who was 3 times, maybe 4 times the size of Zeus. My Chihuahua, who was at that time, I think 3.5 pounds. Zeus barked at the Great Dane. The Great Dane tried to hide under this chair. I was like, oh my god, that poor dog. Tiny Doug runs the big ones, for sure. I have baby pictures of my 2 in the Discord. Let me see, let me see, let me see. Look at those faces. I love that nose. That nose, the pink nose. I love when kitties have the little pink noses. So cute. They are adorable. I'm always so jealous cats getting up and on doors like that. Man, I want to be able to do that. And not worry about possibly either unaliving myself or worse, injuring myself to where I can't even walk anymore. Most fun I had on network was making a DOS attack. Nuh-uh. You made a DOS attack. Wow. Okay, that actually, I wouldn't want to do it like in the real world, but I would be very curious to do that on like, say, a junk PC that I would have, and just to see what happens. I would be very curious. School environment, mind you. Hey, still. Scared the crap out of me the first time I saw her on the door. I don't blame you. When we first got Shadow, we have this huge, I don't even know what you call it. Our house is what's called a split level. So you come in the front door, then there's stairs that go up, stairs that go down, and then there's the landing. Well, up here, you can just look over. Like, it's, you know, the cat, after he got acclimated to the house, jumps up there and literally starts looking over at the chandelier that hangs over the landing area and looked like he was gonna jump. I was like, don't you do it, because that drop would have been terrible. I was terrified, scared me. Oh my god. Luckily, he did not, and has not, but still. It's pretty impressive, the balance that they can do, especially at those heights and everything, yeah. Alright, again, I said this already, but I'm gonna hopefully maybe convince myself this time around. Highly doubt it, but I'm going to try and focus on the task at hand and continue this quest. Primitive? Outdated? I'll show you primitive and outdated, you... Wait, what is this warning you speak of? We're initiating simplification. To explain in imprecise terms that your crude mind might comprehend, sometime after the organic life form known as Alinea came here in contact with M-017, the Omicrons noticed an irregularity. Specifically, a powerful burst of energy from the remnants of a lost world. Okay. No doubt a reaction to Alinea and her companions defeating the Endsinger. Fortunately, the energy wave itself caused no appreciable damage. Less fortunately, it housed within it an encoded message from the strategic matrix known as Stigma-1. The message contained a single word, a single command: live. Okay. That seems innocent enough. Whatever is the problem? Oh. The not naivety, the innocence, I guess, and inexperience, and just, I can't think of the right word. Innocence is the only word that comes to mind that it kind of describes what I'm trying to get at, but of the Lopper, it's like, oh, just one message came through. They said live. Oh, that seems innocent enough. Like, what was wrong with that? Naivety? I guess. Like a combination of innocence and naivety, or maybe one and the same, I don't know. Anywho. This message reached the sensors of Stigma-4, a logistics matrix that has long lain dormant. Shocked back to life at the behest of its fellow intelligence, it has resumed its duties in constructing weapons of mass destructions. Uh-oh. Not the MWDs! MWDs? WMDs. Maybe I have dyslexia. I don't know. Or my tongue just doesn't function properly. Furthermore, there is a statistical probability of 99% that it will launch a full-scale assault on your eminently detectable home planet as soon as production is complete. My mouth and tongue really wanted me to pronounce detectable as delectable. Your delectable home planet. Can't produce weapons if you're exploded? I mean, I can't argue with that. True. True. Delectable sounds nice. Maybe you're hungry? I don't think so. Granted, my ADHD brain honestly never actually knows when I'm hungry, so I end up eating snacks more than I do meals, unfortunately, so it's like, am I hungry? I'm kind of hungry, a little hungry. I'll just have a snack. 3 hours later, I've had like 5 snacks that I, in essence, should have actually just had a meal. So knowing if I'm hungry or not is a very hard question. Thirsty, however, 9 times out of 10, the answer is yes. Can't produce weapons if you're exploded. Perhaps we can remove its power source somehow. Let's go with the latter option there. That seems a little more less likely to trigger retaliation in excess, I hope. This unit projects that this would be less than ideal. Stigma-4's production capabilities are necessary to ensure that the Omicron's existence is maintained in perpetuity. Oh my god. I hate the word in perpetuity. I've watched way too much Shark Tank. It triggers me. I don't know why I just zoned out there. Disabling or destroying it is incompatible with the command issued by Stigma 1. Okay. Then do we do the first option and just kaboom? I mean, I can go get Nashu. I'm sure she'd be excited to do it. Is there no way we might simply change its mind? If Stigma 4 is convinced that war is essential to its survival, could we not persuade it that an unprovoked offensive might threaten its existence even more? Maybe? The grubby... Wow. The grubby organic life form's proposition has merit. As a military information and operations specialist, this unit does possess the capability to rewrite the memory banks of other artificial intelligences. Okay. If this unit were to hack Stigma 4's neural core and implant the memory that such an offensive once led not to victory, but to failure and near eradication, it must logically conclude that the preemptive attack is ill-advised. God, I feel like they created these beings, like, with Spock from Star Trek in mind. Like, it just kind of screams Spock to me. To accomplish this, this unit will access Stigma-4 and use a dimensional manipulator, ooh, fancy, to generate a virtual environment stimulating its memories of war. Okay. You must traverse the environment and nullify Stigma 4's expectations of victory. Nullify? Okay. That sounds simple and not at all likely to get us killed. What do you say, Alinea? Leave the fighting to us. I suppose it's worth a try. It can't be any tougher than Omega. Oh my god. Why, brain? Why do you want me to go with option number 3? I feel like if I choose option number 3, I'm just like asking for it. I don't know. Should I do option number 3? Yeah, do it? Okay. Alright, let's go. Option number 3. It can't be any tougher than Omega, right? Right! Which Omega? O12N, mine, was my very first experience with mine, and I got knocked off the platform at least twice. Commencing Strategic Operations Protocol. All participants in the mission, please accompany this unit to the access point at once. Beep, boop, beep. Okay. There's that music again. Okay. I can fly! Alrighty. Dismount. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to fight, is my guess. If that was the choice for number 3. From this access point, it will be possible for this unit to establish a communications interface with Sigma-4's neural network. You may be interested to know that this is the first time this unit has been able to perform its intended function since the day it was commissioned. Oh, wonderful. That gives me loads of confidence. This unit is honored and will do its utmost to maximize the probability of success. Are you saying that you've never actually done this before? You really had me going with your advanced intelligence talk. Hey, big car salesman. But at least my probe had work experience. Hey, therein lies the whole issue of job hunting. You need experience to get experience. How do you get experience? By getting experience? But yet they want you to already have the experience. It's a catch-22. I mean, at some point, what the hell, why not? The Flea-ridden life form's evaluation is inaccurate. This unit is equipped with dynamic functionality. It simply has not encountered technology formidable enough to require its full capabilities before. Okay. More significantly, this unit has succeeded in establishing the interface with Sigma-4. All that remains is for you to enter the simulation and use whatever puny weapons are at your disposal to destroy the core that lies within. That should see the Matrix sufficiently traumatized. This unit will remain in this physical space to ensure the communication interface remains stable as you carry out the operation. And do take care. Though the environment is virtual, any pain you suffer within will feel quite real. Alrighty. Yay! I did it! I finally unlocked the optional dungeon. Or is it a trial? I don't even know. J. Wait. Stigma Dreamscape? Hang on a second. Sounds like Omega. Why does it sound like Omega? Oh, the scape is what reminded me. Delta Scape? Oh, that's why. Sigma-scape, Stigma. Okay. That's why it was... Okay. Yay, I got one done. To the moon! Alright, once we get to the moon, let's take a short 3 to 5 minute break. I need to use the little lady's room and get a new drink because mine is pretty room temperature and it's meh. And when we get back, I am going to, hopefully, without further ado, complete cutting the cheese, maybe, without too much distraction, but we'll see. I never got XP from these level 90 quests, as back then level 90 was the pinnacle level. I don't even know, I know these are level 90 quests, but I think, well, I have my warrior, but I'm already on my paladin. Once my paladin hits 100, I'll move to, I feel like then I'll move to my next class. I don't know if I want to do warrior or white mage at that point, but we'll see. I got 2 levels to figure that out. So, we'll see. We'll see. Alright. Before I get too more distracted, break time, I will run ads because ads are going to start in about 5 minutes anyway. So, yeah, I will see you guys in about 3 to 5 minutes. So, see you then. Although I'm just lip syncing apparently, so I'm too self-conscious apparently to actually sing. I usually come to Materia to play with all these awesome people on stream, because everything's more fun with more people, in my opinion. That came out really wrong. Inside man?
Hold that thought.
Norexia? What the fuck?
No!
Conditions of surrender.
Holy shit.
Denied.
No. What? No. What? Oh god. Nope. Oh god.
Loss?
Nope, no thank you.
For the future of all. What nonsense is this?
God, can you please
There
turn
is
your head
no
around?
justice but mine. No future.
Oh, I picked the wrong one. I want to redo. Redo. Did I not say it nice enough? Like, you gotta be peppy with it. I'm sure you'll do fine. Ah. Unless I said it more sarcastically, like, I'm sure you'll do fine. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. Oh, dear Lord. How you know it was made by the Japanese?
Yes, just business.
Just business. So
Then
creepy.
business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Yep.
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
Oh. Well then. Not necessarily the ensemble I would have gone for. Unless you're going to a maybe bachelor party? Or bachelorette party? Hey, it's 2024. It could be a bachelor party too. Who knows? I just... No! Just... It just bit her head off! No!
You are unharmed. Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of...
Oh, look at him looking at me. Look at us. Oh! That is like the perfect screenshot. Holy crap. That is amazing. Wow. We're just like, you guys. Okay, now I am actually getting like full on cry. Holy crap. I'm so nervous right now. Wait, who? Beat me to it now, I'm already tearing up.
Very well. I shall embrace.
Well, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting this. Holy crap. Forewarning, chat, I might be ugly crying sooner than I thought I would. God damn it. Wow.
Come and play with us.
Holy shit, that was something out of a horror film. Holy crap, that gave me chills. God, that... Oh god. That's even creepier. He's just staring. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why the Alfie, where are you looking? He's enamored. I could have done without the glazed wriggler sound. Frogs. Oh, you'll like those. Uh-huh. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, and then roast over fire. Mmm. Just how I like my frogs. Crackly on the outside, goo. Gotta love it. At least us ADHDers are usually never boring. At least we got that going for us. We can always find some entertainment, even if it's just with ourselves. Not in that manner, but you know what I'm saying. We find ways to have fun, and okay, never mind. I'm going to shut up now because I'm just digging that ditch deeper. Oh my... Oh? What's all this? Cornelia! Marcus is Cornelia's lover. Oh, Marcus! Alrighty. We are back. What's with Neil? Okay, we are back. We got plenty of time. I got my new drink, and I don't know if this is available in like some of your areas, but I absolutely love this. This is the only like sparkling water that I've ever had that I actually really love, and it's called Clearly Canadian. It's also in a fancy glass bottle, but the cherry one is oh, so good. So any hydrates, I actually officially have water. Yes, it's sparkling water, but it's water. So, ta-da! I also have my glitch. So, I got my caffeine and I got my water. Alrighty. Okay. Thank you, gamer. Thank you. Okay, let's see. We gotta go over here. God, it's so cool seeing the Earth like, oh, well, Aetheris, I should say. Wish I could zoom out more. God, look at this. Like this site, this Oh, so beautiful. So beautiful. Like, the design of zones in 14 is just like, hands down, I don't want to say that they're, in its own way, a lot of them are, in my opinion, better than many of the WoW zones that I've seen and been in. But they're also, like, the art style is definitely completely different, so I don't know, I feel like I kind of need to take it with a grain of sand. What the heck is that? Okay, this moose princess either has some henna all over its head and it bracelets on its gelatinous arms, or filigree? A rank. I have never done any of those hunts, I don't think. I think when I did like the very base one in Ul'dah, when I unlocked it for hunts, I think I did a few of them while I was leveling one of my jobs, but I've never done any of like these higher ones. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's so much that you can do, especially once you get to like the higher end of the expansions, that there's so much that I want to experience. And sometimes I worry that like maybe I came too late into 14 to be able to like have those kinds of experiences. Yes, there's a lot. There is a lot, and I kind of earlier in stream I was complaining about there being a lot to do at endgame in WoW, but the key difference between there being a lot to do endgame in 14 versus there being a lot to do endgame in WoW is the underlying feeling of a lot that you have to do. In WoW, it's not really optional. All the things that you have to do, basically you have to do them. No ifs, ands, or buts. If you like really actually want to play your end game, that's the only end game. But I love about 14 is, hey, you don't want to really do raiding end game? Do glamour. You want to hang out in the city and just dance and that's it? Go for it. You want to play music? Go for it. And I love that freedom where I don't feel like, oh, I'm going to be missing out on like the end game. I don't have that FOMO feeling, as some people would, I guess, phrase it. There are many endgames. Yeah, that's what I've heard, which I think someone, I don't remember who exactly, but I know somebody said that like way early on in my 14 journey. I don't remember if it was during ARR or Heavensward, but I remember talking about like endgame and, you know, raiding and things like that. And I don't know if they said the exact same words, but I do remember them explaining it to me that way, where it's like there are many different versions of endgame for people, which at that time was like, huh? It's like, what do you mean? That makes no sense. All are accessible. People still do all the ultimates and such as well, which is awesome. Like, and the fact that I'm not, maybe I'm blind to it, but I haven't seemingly seen this like air in, you know, around, not even just in chat or anything, but more of like if you're in a town or whatever. And wow, it's fairly palpable, even though you're not physically really there. It's fairly palpable that people are not going to be overly friendly. They'll be cordial if necessary. But if you ask, like, you know, say you were in game doing something at you know, your bank, I was like, hey, I'm new, blah, blah, blah. 9 times out of 10 in WoW, if that's a high level player, they're either gonna A, ignore you, or B, tell you to STF you. It's not welcoming. It's more of like every man for themselves in WoW, pretty much, and you better figure it out or you're just not going to be able to play endgame, which I don't know how or if Blizzard or Activision Blizzard, however they go by now, but I don't know how or if they'll be able to fix that aspect of what is now the WoW community standard, but time will tell. But there, I heard Guild Wars is similar to 14 than WoW. Guild Wars 1 or Guild Wars 2, both here. I've never played 1, so I have no opinion in that. I've played a little bit of Guild Wars 2. Graphic-wise, I will say the style is similar to 14 to a certain extent. It's not as cartoony as, say, WoW is. I don't feel like I played Guild Wars 2 enough to have enough of an interaction with a lot of the community to really have been able to form any sort of real opinion on if the community's, like, you know, toxic, not toxic, mediocre. Didn't used to be like that, though. Something that happened over the past few years. Absolutely, Tiger. No, for sure. I started, literally, my first experience in World of Warcraft was during a trial. Right before, it was after they had announced Burning Crusade. And Blood Elves, because I was super excited about Blood Elves. I made a Night Elf Warrior on a trial. And I did that before the release because I wanted to kind of see how the game felt and whatnot, even though I knew that once the expansion came out, I was going to be making a Blood Elf. But when I got into the game, like, full force in Burning Crusade, now everybody wasn't just like, hey, you want to go and do stuff? But it was like, hey, I don't know where this, you know, dungeon is. You know, can you help guide me? Like, you would get the occasional asshole that'd be like, what, you can't see it or whatever? But most of the time, my experience was usually more along the lines of like, hey, are you by this place? Oh, let me meet you there. Follow me. I had that many a time, I remember, in Outlands. Many times. This was also back when the stereotype that girls don't play video games, let alone MMOs. Yeah. I cannot count the number of times that I had gotten into a vent while I was leveling, and it was like boys on the other side. I was like the only girl, and as soon as I said something, all of a sudden, either dead quiet or everybody left the room. Like, oh god, it's a girl. Somebody even asked me, I vividly remember, somebody asked me as soon as I said something in response to their question, they were like, wait, are you a girl? It's like, yeah. And then dead silence. I was like, fuck. It's so weird. I think 11 was more like that. It was very beginner friendly. I've heard 11's like raids though were nightmarish. Like days long raids, which even by WoW standards is like insane. Tiger, you started before it was called vanilla. Dang, here I am calling myself a vet. We got a true vet in our midst here. So Tiger, did you participate in like the beta or the alpha? Because holy crap, I've seen video of beta and alpha WoW and it's like a completely different game. No? Ah, okay. I heard I don't know if it was in beta or in alpha, but I heard originally you literally were basically going to be losing experience points after you logged out unless you logged out in an inn or something. That was the original plan for WoW, which I am so happy that did not stick. That would have been insane. When they made 14, I think they wanted to make sure it was more friendly. I agree. I think I agree with you there, Sif. I did play I think it was like a month and a half at most of 14 1.0. Hubby and I both did. I remember watching the cinematic announcement trailer or whatever, and having had played Final Fantasy games in the past and loved them, I was like, okay, I'm willing to give an Final Fantasy MMO a try, being that I had experience with WoW. But 1.0 was, whew, the concept in theory of, hey, we're going to limit how much XP you can get per day, in theory, sounds, hey, we want everybody to be on an even playing field. In reality, it was very much a pain in the ass, and I remember hating it. 14 has many great content creators that give a lot of great tips and advice to newer players like Mioni. I haven't seen a lot of Mioni. I think I subscribed to her YouTube. I found her on YouTube. I don't think I've ever caught her live or anything, but I do remember originally finding some streamers who also had played WoW, that had during, I guess, what do they call it, the exodus, as I guess it was phrased, to 14 from WoW. And then I guess most of the time went back to 14. So like that was how I ended up finding oh my god, Zepla. Jesus, I almost said Hipla. Zepla. And then, which eventually led me into finding Sarah Jane, which I was like, oh, okay, that's cool, and so on and so forth. Like, I have never once experienced outright rudeness or rejection or like figured out your damn self attitude in 14. Not to say that those people don't exist, I'm sure they do, given WoW players came over to 14. But the fact that I, this entire time, from almost a year now, haven't experienced it once is, to me, a little surprising, and like, I'm almost kind of waiting for that ball to drop, so to speak. When's it gonna happen? Started after initial launch. Oh, wow. I played Vanilla WoW as well, left in Lich King. No, Ziff. Lich King, really? Wow. Man. I liked Lich King. That was probably one of my favorite. Burning Crusade and Wrath were definitely my two favorite expansions. Kata was, I personally feel, the beginning of the end, or the beginning of the downfall of WoW. They started changing everything, and I feel like the retail, anyway, that I've experienced is just, I literally have signed into retail and I'm just like, I literally have no idea what the hell is going on anymore. Like, it literally feels like you get in to just do quests, to get to max level, to do raids. Basically, you're getting in to kill stuff, to get higher levels so you can kill harder stuff, to get higher levels so you can kill harder stuff, without there being any sort of reasoning, like explicitly stated, good reasoning, explicitly stated. It just feels kind of like monotonous and tedious and essentially boring to me. December 04, left WoW in 2022. Wow. 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 I want to say I left WoW. I left retail for sure. I I did play the newest expansion because I think I had pre-ordered it way back when. I was like, okay, well, I already spent the money. I'm one of those people, if I spent the money, I want to at least use whatever it is I spent that money on. So I had decided, I was like, you know what, let me try out Paladin again, Prot Pally, in this newest expansion, and see how it plays now versus what I remember it being like. And it was okay, but literally I got to max level, whatever the max level was, I don't even remember, and I was like, okay, well, if I actually want to do anything in this game from this point forward, I have to get into a guild, essentially. Like a legit guild. And I was like, well, okay, done. Because all the guilds that you would want to be in or need to be in, like, require applications and all this thing, which, don't get me wrong, back during Burning Crusade and Wrath, when me and hubby ran our own guild, we had the same process, though not as extensive, I think, as some are. However, we did have the option, oh, you just want to be a casual, but you want to have benefits or camaraderie, by all means. Nowadays, I don't know, it seems very job-like in a sense, and I don't know. It's not welcoming in the least bit, but I've kind of fiddled a little bit with the anniversary realms, I think they are, because they have the dual spec. And it's okay, but to me, I don't know, if without having people like to play with in WoW, it for me has always made WoW feel a little lonely and makes me want to play a little bit less. Whereas 14 is like, the community is really what's kept me going pretty much from ARR on. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I enjoy the story and such. I don't know, I think I just had life take over. That's fair. That's fair. Anytime I think of Wrath of the Lich King, all I think of is Bone Storm! Or the TCC raids, which was so much fun. Was anyone playing WoW when the Leroy Jenkins went viral? I think I was. I don't remember when that came out, but I do remember when it came out. Let's see. Leroy Jenkins video date. There we go. So that came out in 2005. No, I was not playing it in 2005 because I remember I had graduated high school, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. WoW. Not BS. Okay, so yeah. So TBC came out in 07. I had started January 16th, 07. I had started playing on a trial in 2006. I remember that because I was out of high school. And I graduated in 06, so yep. But I had seen it, I think. I don't think I understood it really, but I had seen it. The video still cracks you up to this day. The videos that I miss are like the WoW machinimas, to be honest. Like Rafflemal, even to this day. I don't, if you don't like it, I am sorry. I think it is probably one of the funniest WoW machinimas that I've ever seen. And just for shits and giggles, if I just want a laugh, and as well as some nostalgia, I might bring it up every now and again and just watch it. And do I know the song? Sadly, yes, I do. But it's really how they put it all together. Like, there's one phrase in particular in Rafflemal that goes, "Well, poon that noob with the oobily tax and the prawn, with the whatsaga futawa, and roxers, boxers. Oh my god, hacks, Rafflemal." And if me being able to say all of that without really stopping wasn't indicative enough, yeah, I've seen it once or twice. At least I had chicken. Oh god. What's sad is I wish that, to a certain extent, I do wish machinima in how it was made back then. I kind of wish machinimas like that still kind of existed, like that niche little, you know, category in its own side. I know technology and graphics has improved, and don't get me wrong, I love good graphics, obviously. I have a 4K monitor. But there's just something about the old school machinima that was like, it's just very, I don't know, unique in its own right. And I remember my hubby found one machinima, if I remember correctly. Let's see, it was an undead, and it was Blizz Blues. That's the one we used to always watch. I remember that, Blizz Blues. But yeah, there were some really good machinimas way back in the day. I am old. Hey, Sif, I am too. I wasn't playing WoW back then because I wasn't into MMOs back then. I didn't even really know MMOs back then. Because in 2005, games to me were meant to be played on consoles. I was a console gamer back then. And the concept of MMOs to me, like, what? Online? What? You want me to pay a monthly fee too and buy the physical game? I have to pay you every month after I already bought the game? Don't I own the game? The concept of a subscription back then to me was like, I eventually accepted it and was just like, all right, if I want to play a game, I have to do it, so I guess I'll do it. But I didn't understand the concept. It was very foreign to me, which I don't know if it was foreign to a lot of people, but the idea of a subscription-based game as well as having to buy the box was definitely a new concept. But one thing I for sure will always, I think, miss, and I wish at some point maybe they'll bring it back somehow, is midnight launches or midnight releases at like game stores. Because I did go to the midnight launch at my local GameStop when Cataclysm was released, and there were fire dancers and people dressed up as trolls dancing with like the fire twirlers or whatever. Like, it was this huge, massive event, and it was so memorable, so epic, and I remember recording it on my 3GS, which I think I found the video years ago, but the quality was so crap. Launch parties for Xbox were fun in my home opening. Absolutely. It was an experience too. Like, getting your box for the game and then rushing home as fast as you could so you could start installing it and getting it installed because you had like 4 discs to go through. That one was online, that was on PS2, which still blows my mind to this day. Absolutely. Absolutely. To me, the concept of adding this extra thing, having to buy this box thing to add to the back of your PlayStation 2, because I don't think the Slims were out at that point. I don't think. No, they wouldn't have been because they've got the Ethernet box. On the big fat PS2. Yep. And then the good old, which I had for the longest time, I like to call it the Spider-Man styled PS3, but the original release of the PS3 that had the Blu-ray player and 100% backwards compatibility. Good old days. Nostalgia. Alright, nostalgia. If you guys would like to continue reminiscing about nostalgia in chat, by all means, please do so. I have been on this screen for I don't know how long, so let me get through this. Building was literally staring up at me like, I said my thing. You just gonna stare at me? Oh, good. Okay. You're here, and not a moment too soon. Sorry to call you here so abruptly, but you were the first person who came to mind that might be able to help. Do you recall the domiciles we were planning to build for the evacuation? I don't mean to brag, but they were immaculate, positively perfect. Except, of course, for the ever so small oversight of being 3 times larger than necessary. Personally, to me, that does not seem like an issue, but I mean, granted, that's a person who lives in the States where, you know, houses have to be like over 3,000 square feet, so what do I know? At least, that's what I believed before speaking with Oriange. Ah, of course it is. I learned a lot from him about what we should and shouldn't make of the domiciles. There's kids and young adults today that weren't around. I know, oh my god. I try not to think about that, because thinking about that is slightly depressing.
Bigger's better!
Thank you, gamer. Yes, well, if you are a born and bred, you know, American, for most of them, yes, bigger apparently must be better, especially over in Texas from what I hear. But yeah, it's crazy that, like, there are people that are adults, full-blown adults, well, full-blown, you know, 18 to 20-year-olds literally have not been around when, like, I got my Nintendo 64, for example, and played GoldenEye on it. Like, it's really crazy. It's like, mentally, I don't feel that old. But it's like, when I think about that concept in particular, I'm like, am I really old? At least that's what I believed before speaking with Oriange. I learned a lot from him about what we should and shouldn't make of the domiciles, and so I began making changes. Small at first, but soon they became much bigger, more drastic. By the end, I'd swear I was drawing up a wholly new plans by the minute. Okay. Please don't tell me this is the emergency. But I was too ambitious. The myriad plans I dreamt up overwhelmed our automated construction machine, the Big Cheese. Why is it named the Big Cheese? Even as we speak, it's burrowing underground with reckless abandon. If we don't stop it, the domiciles will be the least of our problems. The entire moon is likely to end up looking like a trunkle of hole-filled cheese. Ah, yummy. Okay. Delectable? Perhaps, but utterly unfit for habitation. I mean, mice might beg to differ. We tried going after it ourselves, but the survey team never made it past the security systems down there. At least I don't think so. They've yet to return and aren't answering our communications. I'd rather not resort to brute force, but I can think of no other way and no other person to see the deed done. Would you be willing to go down there and stop the Big Cheese? Okay. Thank you, thank you! Head down to Smileton and I'll see that you're let in. That's the name of the dungeon? Okay, interesting. Yay, we did it! Alrighty, what next? What else do I gotta do? I need to double check this. Hang on, my authenticator. Okay. Can't type. Alrighty. What do I got going here? So I unlock those. So Crystal Beyond is this one. So what do I have to do with this? Journey to Ocular, approach the portal. Let's see, where's my quest list? So journey to the Ocular and approach the portal. I don't know what that is. Okay, let me just do that. Ta-da. Okay. And this, is this a normal raid, by the way, guys? I think it is. Yeah, okay, I found it. So, we go to done. Okay. Where's the? Not that. Back. This is the Crystal from Beyond. Let me search just that then. There it is. Because I'm curious if, does this unlock it, or is this like a long cutscene? Oh, this is the, okay, so this is the dungeon, but the Crystal from Beyond for Pandemonium, should I just wait to finish Crystal from Beyond like another time, or should I just don't know if it's like a long cutscene, or not that I mind going back to Elpis. Going around unlocking these related Endwalker Hildy quests are starter Razatan. Hildy quests I am saving. Like, my primary focus first is going to be to unlock like the optional dungeons or trials or whatnot, so first and foremost unlocking those so that I will be able to at least queue up for them come like future streams or whatnot. Not sure to begin it. Okay. Alright, let me pull up the kid's camera because I have no idea if her network connection my butt. Well, I guess their app isn't working right now. Dang it. Oh well. Don't remember it being that long. Alright. Well, let's go ahead and we'll do the Crystal from Beyond, and see where that takes us, I guess. The first? I get to go to the first? I didn't realize I'd be going back to the first. Yay! Okay. Oh, right. Rob had mentioned this. I literally randomly ended up remembering. It was here. Ah, I think I have this in my glamour chest, actually, now that I think about it. Raincoat. See, herein lies my issue with my armory chest. It's too full. I hate that. Fancy schmancy. Also, one of the best boys is in it. Okay. Best boy. So, how many best boys are there in 14? Not that I'm complaining, mind you. I mean, we had, I should say, Harshafont. Rest in peace, my good sir. Emmerich, of course. Can't forget Graha. Amazing, lovable, adorable, squeezable, kissable Graha. I don't know why I felt the need to state all those descriptors, but I felt it was very descriptive. Then, of course, Emmet, of course, can't forget Emmet. Hythlodaeus. Who else? Emmerich, Emmet, Hythlodaeus, Graha, Harshfont. Am I forgetting anyone that I can think of? Estinian's cool, but best boys in my mind is not what Those are the ones I think of. Have I met any other ones that I'm... So, Hien was cool, don't get me wrong. Like, Hien was awesome. And I would totally hang out with Hien and, like, you know, cross swords with him, spar with him, that kind of thing. But for me, Hien was more of like, is he nicely designed? Absolutely. Good outfit? Yes. A prince? Maybe. You know, what's a prince, right? But, like, just, my connection to Hien felt more like, we're gonna be good friends, we're gonna be, like, comrades, and, you know, buddies, essentially. Like, best boys, when I interpret it, I think, you know, like, oh, my heart, or I get chills, or, like, yeah. I don't know why. Where did I get this skirt? I don't know where I got that skirt. Where did I get some of these things? I love this music here. It's so pretty. Slumps, okay. Oh, okay, I remember that. Turn to inventory, right? Okay, and then turn to inventory. Do the quest. You can decide. Okay. Making sure I have space in here. Good. Okay, we're good for now. I'll sort the rest of that later. Alright, so... Interesting. Wait, where does it want me to go? What? How the heck do I get to that lookout? Do I have to go up to the second floor? Sorry, I don't want to say I'm distracted, but is that like a puzzle or something? I never saw that lookout when I was here before. Let's see. I don't know if I can get to it. Okay, so... Okay, so there's that. Alright, how do I... Jeez Louise, how am I supposed to get to that? I definitely don't jump, right? No, I gotta go... God, I'm gonna regret this. Alright, let's see. I feel like I'm in the gold saucer doing a jumping thing. Ah! Dang it! Oh, there go my kneecaps. Oh, I tried. Oh, and I'm going the wrong way. Okay. You know what? Screw running. I'm just gonna teleport. Zassel Gate. Oh! Duh. I thought I was going, like, out. Oh my god. I'm, okay. So I am going to Opus. I love this place. I want this place to be my home. The Crystal Tower. This room. I just want this room to be my home. It's so pretty. Not to mention, I got many memories with Graha here. Am I going back to Opus? Pretty please. If receives this message, become pandemonium quickly. Okay. Did I just get punched? It sounded like I just got punched. Or roundhouse kicked. I'm definitely an Elpis. Oh, so, okay, we did the whole anime thing where, whee! Oh, watch out below! That's funny. Those eyes are blue. They remind me a little bit less crystal cerulean blue, but still blue nonetheless, a bit of like Vanaz. I'm blue eyes are just beautiful. And amber and purple. Could it be? But not as a man? No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you'd be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. Don't worry about it. Not the only one who's done that. I should have swapped out my glamour. She told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. Okay. That's the worst execution of a pickup line I think I've ever heard. Dang it, I can't do glamour. I want to do glamour. Alright, well because I really want to do my glamour, I have to. Go to Crystarium, then I'll come back. I'm probably gonna regret this. Now I can do glamour. Ta-da! Okay. Back to this dorsal gate. Docile gate. Ah, okay. I was like, wait, what was that second option? So cool. Okay. So where do I need to go? Over there. Alrighty. Yay. Sorry, back. Themis. I don't think I'm familiar with that. Like, the name in and of itself, it sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't recognize it, I don't think, from so far in 14. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I am come here on an assignment which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. Okay. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here. Or any place I know, for that matter. Rude. I'm Azim's familiar. Just when in doubt, just go with that. I'm also here on an assignment. Pulling ol' Emmett there. I am, sort of, on an assignment. I'm just not at liberty to discuss the name of said assignment, so... Yeah, I too am also here on an assignment, Themis. Are you here to investigate Pandemonium, perchance? It would not surprise me should we share a purpose. Interesting. If so, we may be able to help one another. Okay. How so? But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? Yeah, sorry about that. See, there's this thing called gravity when you fall from, you know, high up, and yeah. I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand, this is an uncommon occurrence. I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. I mean, who better to look at a memory crystal thing than an ancient, I guess, right? Excuse me. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Yeah, I kind of figured that. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandemonium. Okay. It's the name, knowing now what Pandemonium translates to, just makes it just seem very ominous. The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the words of La Habrea. Oh, okay. A name I didn't think I'd be hearing again. The words of La Habrea. Okay then. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Okay. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandemonium ceased. Well, that doesn't bode well. I am here as representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation, and I've been tasked with investigating this incident. Okay. What was that? It was like... Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next? Sure, why not? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Since they're not current materia. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Mylene in Aporia or Joel in Razatan. Okay. Where familiars... I misread the last word for a split second. I thought for a split second my brain read where familiars die. I was like, wait, what? Where familiars dare. Are those all chains and cages? Interesting. Bemis is eager to commence the investigation into Pandemonium. Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star I had been waiting so long for. Well, isn't he a smooth talker? Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. She had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see? Okay, so we gotta be... It's kind of like a covert operation sort of thing. I decided to go alone, but she left me with these words. Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you. Okay. Her, a... While I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. He isn't by chance referring to Vana, is he? I mean, he does kind of look like Vana, but I don't know why. Like, he looks like Vana, like he could easily be Vana's brother. And no, if it tells me in, like, through the story, obviously, no spoilers. If it mentions it in the story, fine, or it leads me to enough of a conclusion, but... Sif! You want me to tell you? Because I can answer the question, but I actually don't know. It's like... You pulled an Alphino on me. It's like... At the end of Endwalker, it's like, we're disbanding the Scions. Or at least that's what they're gonna think. Like, that, whew, literally, I, like, gasped. Even so, her hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I don't remember Vana being too cryptic, at least not to my memory. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. If you chose the other option in the chat dialogue, it would have given more info. Well, booey. However, I do like the uniqueness of that, you know, choosing one option takes you down, you know, this level of information, choosing this one takes you down that. Like, the idea that your choices actually have an impact, I do like. So I might be disappointed now that you say that, Sif, but hopefully maybe I don't get it now. Maybe the info I could have gotten now, maybe I end up just getting it later. Don't say yes or no, Sif. I'm just gonna let myself believe that, okay? Yes, maybe honestly I can't remember. Fair enough. Suffice it to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Habrea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anagorices. Anagorices? Yeah. The words of La Habrea is so weird. ADHD range now. Oh, yes. Do I know? Now that I can fly in Elpis. And I've got my pretty doggy. Words of La Habrea speaker, okay. Alrighty, let's see what this guy has to say. What the heck is, like, words of La Habrea? Like, how many of these different little, like, groups are there? And why the words of La Habrea? What is this, a cult of La Habrea? Bag of the breakfast burrito and lemon iced tea. Ooh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Welcome back, Alice. Welcome back. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium. Okay. I gotta say, this Words of La Habrea speaker, I don't know if I'm the only one that noticed this, but is it just me, or is his face, like, extremely, like, his jawline, it's extremely chiseled? Or is that just me, or the shadows? Like, excessively so, in my opinion. I think Menphilia was the word of the mother. Right, which word, singular, of the mother? Like, this is words of La Habrea speaker. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Words plural, like, it's a group. I don't know. It just sounds weird. I think maybe it's also because it's La Habrea. I mean, my familiarity with that name in particular is not a overly friendly one. Maybe he's one of several representatives. Right, no, I get that. I get that the speaker is a representative of this group, but the fact that they called it Words of La Habrea is, to me, reminiscent of, like, you know, the Book of Mormon, for example, when it's, you know, I think it's LDS Church, you know, Church of Latter-day Saints or whatever. So it's like, it reminds me of a book that is referenced and adhered to. Did that make sense? I don't know if I phrased that effectively, but it made sense somewhere in my head. Gotcha, okay. I hope that made sense. I'm sorry if it didn't. Like, I'm not quite sure how to phrase it. I don't have much experience with real life, you know, cultist groups. I shall register your aether for the records. Well, that sounds weird. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Thank you. Now, that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigations together. Yeah, this guy's jawline, damn. Holy crap. So chiseled. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Never thought I'd see those two words in particular in the same, like, I guess, paragraph. Specimens, which to me makes it sound like it's some sort of laboratory, and then warders, which references more like prison guards. Is it a lab or a prison? Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders. Oh. So they could be scientists. Got it. Okay. Well, what do I know? Dictionary. Who needs that? Those who conduct their work within the Pandemonium are called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. Okay. Why not? Yeah. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. Familiar with that. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. I hate that word, interring. So it kind of is a scientific facility slash... It's a scientific prison, essentially. Which is... sounds not so good. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. Okay. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Right? Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery. But Pandemonium is a frightful place. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery. But, which... the interpretation with the but there, which would insinuate that that is not the case here. However, Pandemonium is a frightful place. Wouldn't that be frightful imagery? That's such a weirdly phrased statement. Such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. Okay, I'm just gonna accept it. I'm not gonna try and fully understand that statement. Otherwise, my brain's gonna just be like, bleh. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Habrea. I know it's not necessarily the same La Habrea I'm familiar with. I'm trying to remember that. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. Okay. Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late? Wait, so they didn't detect anything, but the miss has? The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Inside man, perhaps? Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if they were anything worth worrying about. Master La Habrea is the inside man. This guy just accepts it, just doesn't even question it. Surely Master La Habrea would have said something. Since he says nothing, I don't question it. I thought... I'm not trying to, like, be mean to the ancients, but I assumed, maybe wrongfully so, that the ancients were, highly intelligent. But, maybe not analytical, or, what's the word I'm looking for? Prone to suspicious tendencies, I guess. Maybe they're not, that's not a personality trait, I guess, in them. I don't know. It just seems obvious to me, and I don't understand why he's just like, oh, okay. Then, okay, that's fine. I see. It appears La Habrea is kept well abreast of the goings-on here, then. Okay, it's a time where there was no war and everyone worked together. Right, but in my mind, again, I'm just thinking people have individual personalities. Like, to be just blindly following leadership because, like, oh, they know what they're doing, I'm just gonna blindly follow it and not question it, seems, I'm sorry, rather pretty dang stupid. And hey, guess what? We all saw what happened in, in the 1930s. So that excuse of, I was just following orders, is not an excuse in my opinion. You got a brain, use it or lose it, in my opinion. Sorry, that blindly following people is like something that does irk me. I'm vehemently opposed to just blindly following and going with the crowd. I've never been one to go with the crowd. I say individualism needs to reign supreme. Distracted by Themis, so pretty. He reminds me of like a male Vana. Like if Vana was a guy, Themis would therefore then be Vana. Like that's who, at least in his face and hair and eyes, that's what it reminds me of. I'm also trying to think, I know we're before, obviously, the final days of Elpis, so this Elpis, obviously, is not sundered, because final days clearly has not happened. However, I don't know how far back we've gone, so I don't even know if this is a time when Vana is, or the Vana, at least I know of, is even around. So I could be in, like, 200, 300, 500 years prior to her existence, maybe, I'm guessing. Wibbly wobbly timely wimey. Anywho, continuing. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know him? Know him? We've met? Stories I could tell you. I mean, I've met the chair that is La Habrea. The chair. The position. There we go. The position that is La Habrea. Is it one and the same La Habrea that I know? Can't say. I'm learning that. I am learning that. That a mere familiar would... How condescending. That a mere familiar would have had the honor to meet... Honor. Wow! See, this, right here. The honor. A mere familiar. That you lovely familiar. It sounds very, condescending. Who is Habrea? Only know Lala Bread? Oh my gosh. Anytime I hear the name or see the name La Habrea, in my lovely ADHD brain of mine, I get that little short film reel that tends to play of Thancred just turning around when he was being possessed by La Habrea, and I had no idea that that's what it was, and I was just like, the fuck? I was like, I trusted him! Oh, God. It's so crazy to think back on those times to where I am now. I was like, thinking back on those times with the information I know now is even crazier. Oh my god. That a mere familiar would have had the honor to meet Master La Habrea. He is not known to easily afford others his time, so you must be extraordinary indeed to be granted even a moment of it. I'm so blessed. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good Master La Habrea. Thank you for gracing me, letting me be in your presence. Oh, my god. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. Wouldn't dream of it. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The noose that will take us there is on the eastern bank of Leith. Let us delay no further. Oh, if only you knew. The warrior light replies through a Falsima grid. Yeah. Oh, yes. Familiar with him. I'm going to take a shot in the dark and make the probably wrong assumption, as I usually am wrong, that this La Habrea is indeed not this one and the same La Habrea from that I'm familiar with. Just a guess. Oh, it's a man. Well, okay. Thank God I can fly. I love Argos so much. It is so pretty. Oh, I had to show up here. Where's Emmett so I can drag him into the water? I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances. But is it true that you two have met La Habrea in the flesh? Wow. Not necessarily his flesh, but I've met him in flesh. I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. Oh, will they now? We shall come to know each other in time, I wager? Or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? Cheers! Teleport to Pandemonium. Alright. Let's go. That's exactly what it looked like in the journal entry thing. This is creepy. Yeah, these orange portal things back here kind of remind me of like the raid portals that I'm used to seeing in WoW, except in WoW it was green, but love the music here. Oh, organ, like church organ is what it kind of sounds like. Let me listen, hang on. Oh, there's a... What is that? There is... Not... It's... I want to call it singing, but it's more of like... Oz? It is pretty. I'm usually not a big fan of church organs. but with this voice, it's actually eerie. It's eerie, but it's pretty. It's yeah, interesting. Alright, anywho. Continuing. It is much as I feared. What? The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave a portend as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeing and vain hope. What's the issue? To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Okay. Yeah, those gargoyle statue thingies are creepy. What are all these chains? Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with the protections. Well, who else but another ancient could do that? It is working from within. What did I say? Didn't I call it? Didn't I call it? I said it's an inside job. An inside man. I called it. I called it. Because an inside man would be able to, you know, more easily, subtly hide what they're trying to do, so as to not arouse suspicion. Yeah. See, it pays to be suspicious. The more you know. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. Okay. It is very eerie and creepy. Especially with all the fog-like... I guess, yeah, fog. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Please tell me that you find that suspicious. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. Okay. Granted, I don't know how like guarded it's supposed to be here, or maybe they don't need a lot of warders. What do I know? However, there is something you must know. Okay. Whoa. That looks so cool. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Aw, shucks. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the forces assailing them. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it. But let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. See? Glass half full. There you go. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. Oh, I thought I was just gonna do my stoic head nod. Of course you have my promise. This request doesn't come as a surprise, to be honest. Yeah. True. But wait, I don't really know Themis yet. I have my suspicions, but until like I know, yeah, I mean, I will promise, yes. Sure. Of course. You have my promise. Oh. There's that stoic head nod. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Okay. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your aether as basis for illusionary allies that will fight at your side. Oh! He's gonna Loki me. Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Well, thank you. Then so shall it be. Now, what I wonder awaits us in Pandemonium's pitiless halls. I almost said pitless. Pitiless halls. Huh. My guess is that is unlocking the first one. 7. Yep. Asphodelos? Asphodelos? Okay. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but okay. Alrighty. Let me... I don't need to exit to Elpis. I am going to return to Charlian. So, unlocked, unlocked, and unlocked. Trying to think if there's anything else that I need to unlock while I am here. I don't think so. I'm trying to think. Not off the top of my head. I feel like this is a good starting point at least. So like, now that I've got Pandemonium unlocked, I'm wondering if I might want to maybe do that. I don't know, should I do Pandemonium before starting 6.1 or should I, or does it even matter? Nothing combat related, at least I feel. Oh no, absolutely not, Griever. I am thinking of starting to kind of wind things down, but I was just seeing if there was like any quick little short things that I can maybe do real quick that maybe I forgot, or... I'm also debating if next stream I should start just right off the bat and do Pandemonium, or if I should do 6.1. Doesn't matter quite as much as in Eden. Okay. Not that helpful. In other words, that then still leaves me making the final decision, which I am terrible at making choices for something like this, because both are important. I want to do both. So I know, I guess, evidently, it doesn't matter story-wise if I do it before or after 6.1. But I don't know how intense 6.1 is going to get. If I'm going to want to just, once I start it, just keep going, or if intermittent breaks in between MSQ. Who am I kidding? I'm going to want to just keep going with MSQ. I know me. I'm going to want to just keep going. I don't know, I got a day. I'll think about it today, see what I might want to do next stream, which will be tonight. For me, anyway, Friday night. I am kind of leaning more like 60-ish, 70% maybe towards doing Pandemonium next stream. If next stream I do decide to do Pandemonium, I am going to be putting up signups in Discord for participation in that, if you would like to obviously sign up. I don't know if everyone who is normally here is here or is sleeping. I know for me it's 5 a.m., so chances are people could be sleeping or working. But looking forward to the Endwalker Alliance raids. What do I have to do? I have to complete all of Post-Endwalker for the Alliance raids, or is it a certain Post-Endwalker patch? It's 20 till 6? Yes, exactly. 20 till 6. $7.2? What? Oh, I was about to say, wait, so I can't do the Endwalker Alliance raids till I get into Dawn Trail? I was very confused for a second. I was like, wait, you joshing me here? No worries, if you're fine. 1340 for Yusuf. Was that 140, I think? If I know some 24-hour, I know. Good old Americans not using the old military time. 130, okay. I think I'm more, I don't know why, I really kind of want to do some of these normal raids, the Pandemonium. It looks really interesting, and I'm actually really kind of sucked into that story. So I think I might want to start the Pandemonium raids next stream. I might want to, I'm leaning more towards doing that. I think that could be very fun. Obviously, if we don't get enough signups, I may not do it, but hopefully we will. You guys are usually pretty cool anyway, so. A bit after you've done a dungeon in 6.1, you get the unlock quest for Endwalker Alliance raids. Can't miss it. Okay. If, like, either during 6.1 or even after 6.1, prior to 6.2 is when Endwalker Alliance raids unlock, I think now would then be an appropriate time to, well, not now, tonight, but next stream would be an appropriate time to do the Pandemonium raids. That way, once I unlock the Alliance raids, I can then worry about those. Instead of having to worry about both. Right? Makes sense in my head. Alice, you be down for Pandemonium next stream? Alright, cool. Got one. Yay, one on board. I don't know how to sign up. Always say sign-up's closed. So, I'm still learning the, what is it called? I think it's called Raid Helper. In Discord. I only figured out, was it last night or the night before? Night before? No, last night. With the trial, how to actually edit existing, you know, signups that I created that have closed. So I know how to edit that and change it. But what I'm gonna try and do this time around when I create the signups, I'll try and leave the signups open so that they don't close until like the following day. I'm getting a little more familiar with it, but it's, forgive me, I am still kind of learning how it works properly. Because I don't think I ever used like raid signups in Discord. I'm also sadly, I know, weird, new-ish to Discord in that like actually running in a Discord server and using commands and whatnot in Discord is all a whole new world to me. I prefer the easier times when Ventrilo was how you all communicated. It was so much easier. But yeah, so I apologize about that, Thrilla. I'm gonna really try hard when I create the signups to set it so that it's not going to close prior to stream even starting. I think I was under the impression I need to set it like per day. Like I couldn't go into the next day, but I think I can. I don't know. I'll fiddle around with it today and try my hardest to make it so it won't be closed for signups, because closed signups is not helpful. Start the Endwalker. Alliance raids talk to fresh-faced student in Old Charlene to start the quest. A mission in Mordona. Okay. I'm not... Oh, well, I can't pick it up anyway, actually, because I haven't even done 6.1. Okay. Bolt there. That is good to know. I can probably guarantee you, chances are I'm not going to remember that at all, if I'm being totally honest, knowing my brain. But that is good to know. You may just have to remind me when we get to that point where I actually can pick up the Alliance raid quest. Wayne, hello, how are you? How's it going? Good morning, good morning. Yeah, honestly, start with Panda since it's unlocked. There's no restrictions to continue it all the way to the end. There aren't restrictions? Sweet. Even better. Okay, I'm sold. Alright. Plans for tomorrow's stream. Well, for me, tonight's stream. Pandemonium. We're gonna be doing Pandemonium raids. Yay! So I will definitely be creating signups for, I think if I look, let me pull up the list. Pandemonium. Where's the list of it? Pandemonium quests. So there are, oh wow, there's quite a few. I don't even know how many that is. So there's Pandemonium Asphodelos, Pandemonium Abyssos, and Pandemonium Anabasios. I probably completely butchered that. So there's, it looks like just 3 of them, I guess. Not next stream, you just said next stream is streaming the PC gaming show. This is both your time difference. This PC gaming show is Sunday, June 8th for me, which is in 2 days for me. Today is June 6th. So in, I don't know, what, 12, 13, 14, I don't know, I'm just gonna say 15, 16 hours is when next stream will be. I think, if I did mental math really quickly. 9/10 p.m. Hopefully I'm gonna try and aim more closer to 9. If I can do earlier, I will try, but 9-ish, June 6th stream. Did that make sense, Balthier? Time zones are funky. I always am used to saying it in my own time zone, and it's not like everyone just carries like, hey, let me look at, oh, in London, it's this time. In New York, it's this time. There's 12 fights? Wait, I'm confused. I don't understand how, oh, helps if I open this up. Okay, never mind. First circle, second circle, third circle, fourth circle. Wow. Okay. Well, if all we're doing is Pandemonium next stream. Got you. Oh, the vendor for the Endwalker tome gear is right by me? Really? Wait, what? Huh? Who? Where? Thank you! Oh, I was like, huh? Thank you! I can do it now, too. I think I have 2K, too. I does. Does? I does. I do. Words are hard. Alright, never mind. I already have them on my paladin. Fudge. Well, okay. Could probably do it on my bard, I just realized. Anywho, back to Pandemonium real quick before I start wrapping things up and check out the tome gear vendor. Thank you, by the way. Balthier, thank you. So it looks like Friday tonight for me, June 6th, hopefully around 9-ish p.m. Mountain Time. I'm hoping we'll be able to maybe get through Asphodelos. I don't know if I'm saying that right. All 4 circles. I don't know if that's like being too optimistic. But at least I'm hoping we can get through at least more than 2 in a stream. That would be ideal. But we'll at least start it for sure. I would like to get, if we can, at least 2 done. That would be cool. But I will create signups for all 4 of Asphodelos in Discord. So now that I know how to edit them, even if ones that we don't get to end up expiring and nobody else can sign up, I can reopen them. I know how to do that now. So if that happens for ones we don't get to, I'll reopen them for the next stream that we complete Asphodelos. I don't know how to say that right. Asphodelos is 1 tier, episode second. Okay, gotcha. Got it. Okay, makes sense. Well then. Yay! We have plans. Alright, with that said, let me see. Let me look here. So I got plans. So I will start working on creating those signups and get them opened today. I'm going to try and make sure they stay open, are able to stay open through stream. So that way, if anyone just happens to like forget to sign up, or anyone that isn't here right now, you know, isn't aware of it until say stream or something, hopefully what happened with Thrilla, it won't happen to anyone else, and it won't happen in the future, so people will be able to sign up. That is the goal. So yeah, I will do that. And yeah, this has been fun. It's been a nice, relaxing stream. Very chill, very laid back. I feel it was definitely needed after yesterday with everything and the Endwalking, and yeah. It was not just a long stream, just time-wise, but emotionally draining too. So this was, I definitely felt like it was well needed. I don't feel like I've wasted time at all, to be honest. I thoroughly enjoyed myself more than I expected I would today, with kind of just going with the flow, which was nice. So, Wayne, I know you kind of just hopped in, but being that it's almost 6 a.m. my time, I am gonna kind of start trying to wind it down a bit. I think there was one more reaction that was posted. Let's see. Tabitha, I think Tabitha went to bed. If so, I will save that one for next stream, because she linked it in the reaction suggestion. We did watch like 3 reactions, so I'm totally fine with just like kind of winding it down and seeing who all is on that we can raid over to and share the love that we all have of Final Fantasy XIV. But having a donut, because today is National Donut Day. Is it really National Donut Day, King? Well, if it is, I definitely have to go get some donuts, because I don't have any donuts here. It's a good thing it's breakfast time for me. Get a box of donuts and then be nice and full and just pass right out. Let's see. Let me go to channel. Alright. Where's my thingy? lost my... Oh, there it is. So, yeah, anywho, yeah, I think I'm gonna go and call it. I think it's been a good night. Very chill, relaxing. Unlocked 2 dungeons and unlocked Pandemonium, so we can start that tomorrow/night. So I do feel like this was a what's the word I'm looking for? Productive night for sure. Let me see who we can raid over to. Get some good sleep. Definitely will. However, being that it is National Donut Day, I may just have to go out and grab some donuts. Because kids will probably be getting up soon anyway. At least I can give them the donuts and then take mine and go lay down, right? So, where did I... oh, I wanted that over there. Okay. Who is on? Dun, 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 dun. Alright, before I get that raid started, if you are hanging around and want to show some support when we get over to whoever we are going to raid, go and copy paste that, and so paste it when we get in there. Show your support and everything. What is... Ooh! Georgia's on and looks like she's doing Hildebrand. I think she's caught up to Dawn Trail, so... but that's okay. Yeah, let's go say hi to Georgia. She's super cool, and I mean, who doesn't love Hildebrand? It's been a laid-back day. Let's have some fun, right? So, with all that being said, yeah, I will get the signups in Discord set up, and next stream tonight for me, Pandemonium time. Woo! So thank you guys for coming. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. And yeah, I will hopefully see you all tomorrow/tonight. So have a good one, guys. I love yous. Mwah. Bye bye.